Good evening and welcome to the July 18th meeting of the Historic Preservation Commission. It's 5:05. Meetings are broadcast live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable Channel 6 and AT&T UVerse Channel 99. Meetings are also streamed live in high definition on the city webpage, glendaleca.gov/live, on youtube.com/myglendale, and on Apple TV, Roku, Amazon Fire, iOS, and Android devices using a free app called Cablecast and choosing Glendale TV from the menu. Meetings are also archived on the city website for viewing anytime at glendaleca.gov/agendas. For program schedules, please call 818-548-4013. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. Public comments on a specific agenda item will be taken when that agenda item is discussed. If you have any questions about matters on the agenda or requests for assistance, please contact the city clerk at 818-548-2090 during regular business hours. May we have roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Doom?
Here.
Commissioner Yurka?
Here.
Oh, I went out of order. Commissioner Head?
Here.
Commissioner Paul?
Here.
Chair Craignotti?
Here.
All present?
Thank you. The agenda for the July 18th, 2024 regular meeting of the Glendale Historic Preservation Commission was posted on July 15th, 2024 on the bulletin board outside City Hall. Before I go any further, Jay, if possible, I would like to make just a slight adjustment to the order of things this evening.
Possibly, yes.
I'd like to take number 8, Community Development Department.
My mic was off.
Okay. Do you want to restate your question?
If
I'm
your
just
mic
kidding.
was on, I'll just
My mic is on.
repeat
We'd like
myself.
to-
Possibly.
We would like to move, I would like to move Community Development Department updates just in between 7A and 7B. Kathy's going to be leaving after the first item.
Okay.
So we'd like to just squeeze them in there if that's
You can
okay.
do it now, but it's better to do it then.
Let's do it then.
Yeah.
Yes, you're welcome. Okay, minutes. Has everyone had a chance to review the minutes? And do we have any changes, modifications to the minutes? Everybody good? I don't have them with me. Do you have them, Jay?
I don't believe we posted them.
Good job.
Yeah. We'll
take care of them next month.
Yeah, but I love the idea that you guys thought you might have reviewed them and they were great, so.
It was a big packet. Okay, so we are moving on from the minutes.
I will say in my defense, I wasn't here.
Oh, I'll make note of that.
Item number 4, oral communications. We have one card. Alan Durham.
Hi, Chair Craignotti, members of the commission. One thing before that just kind of occurred to me is, this wasn't what I planned to speak about, but I'd like to commend all the members for their attendance. It's rare to see absences, and I watch other boards and commissions, and it's really common to see maybe 3 members out of 5 very consistently. And this is one of the few commissions that, where I see full attendance most of the time. So
Thanks.
I just wanted to mention that. This is going to seem like sort of a trivial technicality, but since we're getting closer to having HPC community meeting on the Cleveland Knoll Historic District, I thought it would be better for me if we could nip it in the bud, even on today's agenda. The city calls it Cleveland Knolls, plural. And it is Cleveland Knoll. Back in 1923, our application shows a headline in the Glendale paper, advertisements. The subdivision was Cleveland Knoll, singular. And before we start having community meetings and going further, it would be nice if the city would, make this correction and use the singular, the proper name for it. Thank you.
Thanks. Jay, you good?
Noted, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 5, board and commissioner member comments.
I have one.
Filling in for Mike.
Yes, I would like to invite everyone to Silent Movies at Two Strike Park on Saturday, July 27th at 8 p.m. Free. Enjoy local celebrity Joe Ronaldo and his 100-year-old hand-cranked movie projector. And there'll be some musicians under as well to give you background music as you watch the silent movies. Please bring a blanket and lawn chair, and baked goods and popcorn will be offered by the Friends of Rockhaven. So please consider taking a step back in time and watching silent movies at Two Strike Park on Saturday, July 27th at 8 o'clock. It's on Rosemont Avenue above Santa Carlotta Orange. Go up above the hill there, and you'll find it on the west side. So thank you.
Thank you. I hope it's not a long movie. You guys cranking the projector the whole time. Okay.
Chris, could I
yes,
just make
please.
a quick announcement? Thank you. I just wanted to announce that the Glendale Historical Society is having its annual meeting this Saturday at the Doctor's House in Brand Park. It starts at 9:30 a.m. It is in the shade, and it's free for members. So if you are a member or would like to become one, I encourage you to come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Anyone else? Good? Good?
I have something I should probably announce at this point.
Great.
It applies to both of the hearing items tonight, but also it's more of a general discussion point. You've received some emails from members of the community that were addressed to your personal email addresses. There's no problem with that. But the problem can be, and I've shared this with you in previous emails, if you were to hit reply all, which you usually haven't ever done, and hopefully we've kind of instilled that you wouldn't do that, that's the only issue in terms of a possible Brown Act violation. So you have to be extremely careful. The other point, which is probably more important and may affect what you want to say during the hearing items tonight, if you receive a message from someone in the community that includes any personal, instead of saying, please see my comment letter, it includes anything beyond that that's kind of a personal discussion about the topic that you're reviewing, or that, I'm not sure, or that includes any attachments that aren't part of the package that you've received, any other information, that's also okay. The public's allowed to share that information, any information with you, but you do have to disclose it at the beginning of the item. It's considered an ex parte communication, and it doesn't mean that there's any bias intended or received, but there could be an appearance of bias. So if you receive messages like that in the future, two things. One, declare it, say who you received a message from and what its brief description of the contents. And then also, please share, if you see that no one on the city end of the email chain was CC'd on that, even if you wonder, maybe they were blind copied, assume we weren't blind copied, please send that to us. That's very important in case we get a public records request. So it has to become part of the public record. So keep that in mind. We'll probably talk about it over time, but it happened on both of the items tonight, so.
Can we take this opportunity to maybe instruct the public on a more appropriate way to send us things?
Well, we can't say that there's one way to do it. The way it was done on this hearing is totally legal and okay, but it makes you have to be more careful. It makes us have to be more careful. On the city website, there's on the city manager's page, and where it talks about boards and commissions, there's a link for each of the boards and commissions that you can open that up, submit your comments or whatever it is you're submitting. That comes, for historic preservation, it comes to me. It goes to whoever the staff person is for each of those boards and commissions. And then that means we are able to put it in the files, we're able to memorialize it in our system, and we also then distribute it to you.
Okay.
So that's the best way to do things, keeping everything kind of level and even, but
That probably doesn't allow for attachments, though, does it?
I think it's an email format.
Oh, it's you
so
click a
I
link
think
and it opens an
would.
email?
What's that?
It clicks a link and it opens an email
Yeah,
type
it
thing?
opens
Okay.
an email that says Historic Preservation Commission, but instead of going, and this is, I don't even want to explain, I don't even understand. It could go to all of you, that's what used to happen, but there evidently were problems with that. So now it goes to the point person for each of the boards and commissions throughout the city.
And then you distribute it.
Then we distribute
Okay,
it.
so then one more question. Had those materials that we received this week, if you had been CC'd on them at your JPlatt email address at the city, would we still need to, do we need to also still reference the fact that we received them, or would you have had time?
No, but you would still need to declare the ex parte. If there was anything beyond, please see the attached comment letter. If there was any analysis or opinion expressed or something like that. So in some ways, it's up to you. You have to police this because we're not going to necessarily see these things.
Okay.
And if you have questions, call me, and we can talk to the city attorney's office if we need. It shouldn't be too complicated. It's not.
Kind of complicated. Sorry. Okay, so if someone doesn't want to use the website and they want to email us, I would say, should we encourage them to ensure that at least you are CC'd on whatever they send us?
That makes life easier. And just so the public knows, but also especially the commission, we don't give out your email addresses.
Right.
People who already have them, we can't make that not happen. But we're never going to give the public unless someone, I've, in many cases, I've called you if someone wants to have a communication. So I'll make sure you're okay sharing a phone number, email, or whatever. But we don't do that. But as it gets out in the community, it may
all over
spread
the
like
place.
wildfire. So
I want people to know my
if you
email address.
specifically tell us you don't want your public or your private email publicized, when we get a letter that does that, both you could contact the person and say, please use this historic preservation link. You can even get the link off the website. You could tell us, we could kind of call them also to do a little stick kind of thing.
Okay.
But we may never be able to prevent it completely. So.
And for those watching tonight, if you did send something to Jay and only to Jay, you should know he has been forwarding stuff to us. So we have been receiving it. You don't necessarily have to message us directly.
Jay, and I'm also assuming that this applies to if we receive text messages about certain items that we find a way to send them to you.
Yes, texts are considered part of the public, any public records request would include text messages. So you should forward the text message to us in any chain if, and we're not spying on you, but it is something that, because it's about an agenda item that you're making decisions about.
Yep.
It's just full transparency. We need to see those. And if you find it uncomfortable, or you just need to tell that person, stop doing this, or, let's meet for coffee, but.
I did have one question. I thought ex parte communication was something that occurred like in private, and I don't see how communications that are shared with the city of Glendale constitute ex parte. They're part of the public record.
these-
Like why would it be different than from getting an email?
Because these weren't shared with the city of
Right.
Glendale.
He's talking specifically where
Oh,
the
so
city
the
wasn't
ones that-
CC'd.
You received some emails that did not come to us, or
Okay.
ultimately
So
they
it's
did.
it's only those that
Yeah.
are the, okay, that's,
Yeah.
sorry, that
Yeah,
was
If
my
you see
confusion.
me or Ani or Eric or someone on the CC list, at least you know it's come to us. Ideally, for HPC things, we should be notified, so.
Right, okay, I misunderstood what you were saying, thank you.
All right.
Do you happen to know the historic preservation email address by heart? If you were to read it out, someone could write it
It
down?
would be delightful. Maybe at the break, we could
would be great.
do a little research.
Because my request as the chair of the commission would be, just please send it to them. They will get it to us, I promise. No need to email us directly.
I think it's,
Okay.
perhaps Ani will even find it sooner than later, if I'm guessing correctly.
That would be great.
I think it's Historic Preservation Commission at glendaleca.gov, but we'll find out, so.
Okay, while she's
Great.
looking.
Sorry for that
Thank you
delay,
for that.
interlude.
Okay, we are past board and commission comments. Item number 6, not seeing any old business, we'll move on and dive right into new business. 7A, Rockhaven, review of proposal to rehabilitate the Pines Cottage as a museum and make the site ADA accessible.
Oh, I'm going to introduce Mark Berry from our Economic Development Team, who's going to introduce the project and the consulting team.
Hi, Mark.
Good afternoon. My name's Mark Berry. I'm the Deputy Director for Community Development.
Thank you.
Working closely with the historic preservation staff on the Rockhaven project.
Thank you. Before you dive in, Jay, will you just let everybody know what exactly we're doing here, what our purview is with this particular item?
Oh, yes. This is I'm sorry, I should have done that. This is a discussion item where you're going to hear the presentation. This is the same presentation, or similar presentation as what was presented to the community last week at a community meeting that Commissioner Yurka attended. Ultimately, your comments, like the public comments that were made at the community meeting, are going to be given to City Council, which will be hearing this item, I believe tentatively, or is it set on August 13th?
The 20th.
August 20th, okay. So set for August 20th.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark.
I have a brief, hopefully brief introduction, so I'll just jump into it. We do have a rather in-depth presentation from the design team, so we wanted to give you an overview of what will be discussed. The majority presentation will be items 4, 5, and 6, discussing the site improvements, the accessibility improvements, renovations to the Pines Cottage, and potential future programming at the Pines Cottage for a museum. Here's our timeline, schedule, and where we are today is we're here before you, before the HPC. This is the final step before we go to the City Council on August 20th. At the council meeting, we'll request approval of the conceptual design package, which you'll see a number of the images. We'll also ask for authorization to proceed with construction documents and bid package to return back to the council sometime in 2025 for approval to go out to bid to actually construct the project. As the timeline indicates, there's a number of important steps that have happened prior to this meeting. Securing the funding is probably the most important, which we'll give credit to State Senator Portantino. In late June 2021, he announced the award of the $8 million state grant. That state grant did require a number of prerequisites before the money would be available to the city. Most notable is the city was required to come up with a project description with secret review, and after that, submit a number of documents to the state for their review. So towards those ends, in May 2022, the council identified a project scope, most of which you will see in this presentation. And then in August of that year, 2022, they authorized us to execute the state agreement, and they also appropriated $8 million in city funds towards the Rockhaven project. The way the state grant works is that we expend the funds and then we get reimbursed. So we need to do that $8 million appropriation. Following month, September, we submitted the documents to the state. Took a little time, but in March of 2023, the grant was executed, the agreement, and the funds were available to the city. During this time, we had entered into a general design contract with SWA, and so we requested that they do a feasibility study of Rockhaven, which is the second point on the timeline. They completed that in July 2023. After that, a lot of the site investigation happened, kind of background information. We completed a site survey, topography. As you know, this site has a quite extreme slope. Utility detection, tree survey for the existing tree canopy, and also a scanning of the Pines Cottage. We don't have as-built plans for that building, so we needed to understand the dimensions of what we were dealing with. So again, that was an important step. This culminated in number 3 on the timeline. February 27th, the council approved a change order for the design team that fully funds the design aspects of this project, takes us through conceptual design to actual construction project and construction administration. Since then, the design team, working with staff, has been busy putting together the conceptual plans, which will be presented to the council next month. Which culminated in the community meeting we held last week. And that takes us to the red dot, which is here with you. I'm going to briefly introduce the design team. Most of them will come up and they can introduce themselves personally. But SWA is the project lead. They're a landscape architecture firm, also site planning, urban design. We have Architectural Resources Group, or ARG. They're the historic consultant. Assisting with the project and have been the lead on the renovation of the Pines Cottage. And we also have MGMP, who's the museum consultant, assisting us with museum visioning and potential programming. And again, each of them will have a part of this presentation. So, with that, I'd like to turn it over to Gerardo Aquino from SWA. He'll talk about the project understanding and scope.
Great. Thanks, Mark. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Gerardo Aquino. I'm the CEO of SWA, and I'll have our co-presenters come up and introduce themselves. So back in February, we heard many things about this site, primarily the items that are shown on the screen there. And I like these images on the right because, maybe if you can squint your eyes and imagine a little bit, that top photo could become that bottom photo. And then that becomes kind of the basis of how we think about this site. But what we heard in these 4 items, number 1 is comply with Secretary of Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties. Number 2, maintain that existing site character, the attributes of that site. We also heard that native planting isn't always a solution, but for this site, really understanding that the culture and the history of the site are also appropriate in terms of planting. And then number 4, get people back onto the site. I think people are anxious to experience the site and think about its history and its experience. We have spent a lot of time with our team talking about the historic rehabilitation compliance and the Secretary of Interior standards for treatment of historic properties. I won't get into this too much. You all know this very well. Those bullet points there, identify, protect, repair, and replace, will be covered in great detail by the team. I do want to highlight the item on the bottom, the code required works. So getting people back onto the site is going to require extensive rehabilitation and construction of pathways that are ADA accessible and safe and logical. And so all these items here will be covered by my co-presenters. So maintain historic character. I love this notion of character defining site features, because one thing that we know about landscape is that it has so many different definitions, but it does, for this site, really shape the narrative that we hope to really embrace. And there are 10 items here, and I won't go through all of them, but I think many of us in this room know that it's essentially a garden with small cottages contained within it. And the idea that you could kind of explore the gardens between buildings and discover this connection to nature is a very powerful thing. And we embrace that, but we want to make sure that we facilitate a design process that makes sense to everything that we're going to talk about today. Number 8, again, I talk about pedestrian circulation and the meandering walkways that are there today. They're interesting, you know, they're kind of going all these different directions, and that's a part of what's really interesting about the site. So we embrace that too. And then, of course, the mature trees that are on the site, and you'll see later kind of these older photographs and how small some of these trees were, and then the photographs today that the canopy's off the frame. It's very, very fun. Okay, so this historic character, what you're seeing on the screen is kind of the paving, the walls, the railings, but also how it all comes together in that photo on the right. The different brick patterns and colors and materials, the walls, the stacked stone with kind of grout and mortar holding it up, and then the beautiful railings that we see throughout the site, especially those kind of curvilinear wrought iron rails. Beautiful, incredible aspects of the site. So we're going to transition now. I'm going to hand it over to Ryan. He'll talk about the site improvements and kind of the tiers of priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerdo. Thank you, commissioners, for being here. My name is Ryan McKay. I'm an associate with SWA and acting as project manager for this project. I'll be going through the site improvements, kind of the scope that we're tasked with, and how we're looking at kind of phasing the project, and then hand it over to our lead designer to talk about the design of the site. So at its core, we are a rehab project, and the objectives is to provide pedestrian entries from all 3 access streets to the property, open a public museum, which is located within the Pines Cottage, the building highlighted in purple on this plan, and ensure that public has access to the Rockhaven District grounds and its historic gardens. So in our many visits to the site and understanding not only what designates the site as historic, but also understanding how a user would want to interact with Rockhaven and be able to walk the property safely to the museum, but also enjoy as many of the unique kind of garden spaces as possible. It was important for us to really define a clear and accessible path of travel from all 3 of these entry points to get you clearly to the museum site. And so what you're seeing on the screen here is our most inviting and logical walking path, of which you could enter from Pleasure Way, Honolulu Ave, or Hermosa Ave. I'm sure on your walking tours, it's kind of meandering through, and understanding what would be the most logical is somewhat difficult, but also we wanted to define a walking path that limits the amount of kind of renovation or rehab through the property. So in looking at this, we understand we have a limited time and a limited budget, and so we wanted to break this down into tiers to present to City Council, saying we've looked at your objectives to get people onto the district, open up a museum, and provide access to the grounds. But what is kind of the immediate needs, and then kind of the third tier of this is looking at providing site access to the additional buildings, which will have future occupants. As of right now, all the buildings will remain as is, and only the Pines Cottage will be rehabbed. So the immediate needs is to establish that primary accessible path of travel, rehabilitate planting and irrigation, and all of the historic landscape ornaments and features such as pots, sculptures, statues that we find in the historic photos, as well as that have been preserved in the garage and various places on the site. Address priority drainage issues. There's a lot of areas you probably saw on your walks where you can see water hitting the building foundation, and sandbagging has been taking place to kind of prevent any water intrusion and future damage of the building. The Tier 1 immediate needs is addressing those with getting the water away from the building, collected and moved onto the site. As Mark had mentioned, there's a pretty significant grade change from Hermosa to Honolulu, about 20 feet in elevation change. So that is not only a challenge in trying to make accessible paths of travel, but also just any water that hits closer to Hermosa is just going to start, traveling down in streams through the property. And then rehabbing any of the hardscape. Using the term hardscape, you're probably all familiar, but just to educate, we're referring to paved surfaces, concrete, brick walkways. Rehab those where we can by reusing the existing brick, lay it back in the same configuration, but just making sure we're fine-tuning the grades so that it meets accessible code. Tier 2 is looking at basically refreshing and rehabbing the rest of the property for planting and irrigation only. So that's all the areas highlighted in green. And Tier 3 is to provide complete access to the rest of the buildings so that there's an accessible path of travel to every major entry into the building, but at this time we don't have a future occupant to the building. So once those are assigned, maybe those resources could be saved to defining those paths of travel. So in order to determine also this walk, we did a really extensive, and this is kind of dumbing down a lot of information that we distilled into a diagram of showing all of the non-compliant walking surfaces. There's a lot of things that make a compliant walking surfaces: the width, the grade, both as you're walking and the cross slope, left and right, as well as areas where there are existing ramps that exceed the current standards, where we would need to add handrails or extend handrails. And all of those areas, we did an assessment of the entire property with our civil engineer, those extensive surveys. You can see highlighted in blue are all those non-compliant areas that would need to be rehabilitated. And so us as designers, this kind of made us worry about the amount of handrails and ramps and regrading and just what that visual impact would be. So we did several different iterations of this walking loop and trying to understand where we could minimize the amount of ramps. And just a small education in what it means to be a ramp is any running slope that exceeds 5% or is below 8.33% needs a handrail. And so those are all the areas highlighted in blue on that pink path. And you'll see when my colleague takes over our renderings of those and how that impacts the views.
Could you go back to the previous slide?
Yeah.
The one before that?
Mm-hmm.
So is the red is currently accessible?
It is our proposed path of travel and is not accessible. All of the areas you see, if you were to walk this loop right now, all those areas that interact with that blue hatch zone would not be compliant.
So what I was looking at is the red at the entry points to the museum, because that's not blue, that's just red, but it's not accessible currently.
Correct. And
Okay.
there's areas, and we'll go through the design where we're going to need to add paths to get access within the property from Hermosa. So there's areas where we're adding paths that are just through planting right now. to get, and that's part of our looking at the design and limiting the impacts of understanding it's probably better to create a new path versus reconfigure the entire area of existing, and we could keep that as the non-compliant.
Thank you.
Yep. So I'm going to pass the mic over to Ingyu Hung.
Hello, good afternoon or evening, sort of. My name is Ingyu Hong. I'm a landscape architect and principal at SWA. So today I just like to walk through the landscape component of this project. And so what you're seeing on the plan here is actually kind of the overall landscape plan, including the buildings and all the gardens and the courtyards currently at Rock Haven. And it's important to emphasize that the vision of this campus, there's different ways of referring to this place because it's so unique. That it is conceived by Agnes Richards, and her intention here is to create a kind of like personal space for all the residents, that they feel like they're living in their own homes and they have their own gardens. And from living rooms, they look into their gardens. So in that sense, it makes this place feel personal, and it helps them, heal. And so this idea of health and wellness is so much entrenched in the landscape that we have to respect that, very deeply as we come through this project to rehabilitate all these elements that are currently on site. So from this plan, you can see that, in terms of the amount of work that we're putting in, is very much trying to adhere to the existing historic character of the site, and making minimum intervention unless it's absolutely necessary, that, has to do with accessibility and ADA. So the plan you're seeing is very much intact. There isn't much deviation from what we're proposing to do versus what it's there currently. And so we try to keep all these kind of nooks and crannies of path, the jogging, the zigzagging paths, and because they create such wonderful surprise when you go through from one cottage to another, the idea of surprise and view, that's hidden until you turn around and you see something else. And for me, every time I go there, I find something unique and beautiful about it. And it's so important to protect that and make sure that we don't lose it through this process. And so with that, I'd like to go through the next. Oh, and then one thing to emphasize as well is, based on the character-defining site features that Gerdo had mentioned before, the goal here is to protect all the native trees, especially the oak trees, the California sycamores, and the bay laurels, as well as some of these mature trees that might not be on the registered protected list, such as the cedars and other sort of trees. There's a huge variety of species that, make up this overall shaded canopy that is absolutely wonderful, and there's birds and wildlife everywhere. So that's intrinsic in our work as well, to make sure these trees are taken care of. The second thing to mention is people have mentioned that with the paving, a lot of the materials here are brick and concrete, so we want to make sure we use that same materials. And if it was brick before, we want to replace it with brick, try to keep that character intact. The third thing we want to mention is regarding the plant species. Again, because of it's a historic site, a lot of the plant materials are no longer there. But looking at the historic photos, we can almost understand the style and the preference of the period, how the landscape, was kind of laid out and designed with its own sensibility. So we want to take that into consideration as well. So with that, going to the next slide. So we want to just show you some enlarged areas, focusing on the kind of level of rehabilitation that we have done. So there's 3 enlarged areas that we'd like to walk you through. The first one, the first one is the Pines Cottage and the Future Museum. And on the left-hand side, you could see the historic photos. of all these kind of boxwood hedges surrounding these courtyards and gardens, and that's very, very prevalent in that during that period of time, that there's a formality to these spaces. And just want to mention the second picture that you see. There is a young palm tree in the middle of the garden, but on the right-hand side, the current tree has grown way above, beyond our actually photo opportunity here. So it's just to show that a lot of these trees have matured since, and it's only gotten better for, in terms of creating this beautiful environment. And there's also where these arches, the building arches, you'll see on the left-hand side, there were some of these columnar cypress-like plants that were planted at the time to accentuate these arches. And again, we want to make note of that as we go on to add more planting and rehabilitate this area. So with that, we just want to show you some renderings of what we're thinking, how this could be improved or rehabilitated. So starting from the Hermosa Avenue side, entry point, that's the direct entrance into the future museum. And again, this is important to emphasize that this path of travel needs to be ADA accessible into the building, and it's the shortest, most efficient way of getting into the museum, and then also has the least bit of impact, and that's why we're using that entrance as the most efficient, direct way of coming to this museum. And so this view shows the terrace. You see the existing photo on the right-hand side. The concrete is a little bit worn out, and definitely not ADA accessible because there's a lot of stairs and paving that have been heaving up and causing potentially really dangerous conditions for the visitors. So it's important to make sure that everything we are doing here is taken safety as the primary consideration. So you're seeing a refinished terrace with a hedge planting, and then some of these more drought-tolerant perennials to add color to this space, and then also keep, protecting all the existing oak trees. And this view is looking at the northeast corner into the U-shaped building, and again, the photos currently show that there's always these pots. We're noticing there's a lot of really interesting eclectic pots that show up in these historic photos. And again, that's really part of the style of the time, and using pots to bring the focal point into these entryways, and then the hedges, the low clipped hedges, to accentuate these planting beds, and then restoring that lawn area that could be used as future social gathering space. As there's programs within the museum, additional spaces are needed, and then beautiful weather, wonderful environment. Why not use these courtyards and gardens for that purpose? So this is the plan view of what we're proposing to make some modifications. So again, if you coming in from, my mouse is very small here, but coming in from Hermosa Avenue, so we saw that terrace back there in the first perspective. There's a stairway leading to the entrance here, but there's an accessible ramp that comes along this way and takes you down to the courtyard, and that's how you enter into the museum with accessible path of travel. Some of these dashed lines shows the existing conditions that is really haphazard. The grading does not work. It's like too steep. And so all the dashed lines you're seeing are existing. And notice that we are making changes to widen these sidewalks. Some of them are less than 4 feet wide. So making sure they're 4 feet, that's safe. And then making sure the grading all falls within the requirements of ADA. And so the dash line is existing, the color, shaded, this is kind of like a light peach color is the proposed, so not deviating too far from what's there right now. The dark brown areas are existing stairs that we want to protect and keep. So it's just kind of stitching and kind of strategically, surgically changing, moving things around to make sure everything works from a safety point of view. Okay, so the next area I want to show you is the main patio and the grotto. Main patio in the historical photos has always been a really important space because it's one of the larger outdoor spaces where the residents come out on a nice sunny day to just be out there, be part of nature and socialize with each other. So that space is important to address and making sure it's accessible. And then you notice on the photos left, there's a lot of pots that are currently in storage in the garage. We want to bring them out, put them where they were located historically. And then you see the grotto photos as well. And we are thinking about, making them more accessible because, again, it's kind of precarious over there, but it's such a precious space. And so we're still in the middle of thinking about how to make that safer, but not changing the character of it. So this is showing what it might look like when it's paved, and then we are adding a ramp to the right here in this perspective. And again, these are handrails that are wrought iron painted black with boxwood hedges around them to soften the appearance of these handrails. And then you see the picture on the right, the current photo. Again, it is same location, but with modifications to make sure it's ADA compliant. This is the plan view of that space, again, to show that we're not changing the shapes or path of travel in general, but just carefully modifying them, making sure they're ADA accessible. And then some areas we're making them a little wider so we can put in the hedges and the plant materials in that patio, the main patio space. If I'm going too fast, feel free to stop and ask questions. The third area I want to talk about is the Honolulu Garden and Entry. And this is coming from Honolulu, so it's really incredible to see that historically it is a very kind of, formal space. As you come in, there is a lot of colorful planting, and then also a sculpture in the middle of that circular space. And then on the right, definitely the plant materials could be a little bit richer and more defined. And so we like to kind of propose some thoughts about that. And then this perspective shows that overall character of that circular, the kind of circular circulation system is maintained, although we do need to add handrails and ramps to make this accessible as well. It is one of the main entry points from Honolulu. And then the difference here is you're seeing that there's a border flower bed surrounding the ramps and handrails to make sure that it is a softened, that whole experience is softened with plant materials, and still using the lawn and using drought-tolerant species so that we are conscious of the water use needed for this landscape. And the grotto, okay, so this is a plan view. Again, the dashed line here shows the existing, and we sort of turn that curve a little bit to make it ADA accessible there. This might be, okay, so the next one is the Rose Walk and Oaks Cottage. This is a really memorable space because there used to be these beautiful roses that commemorate those residents and important people who used to live there, and they were named after residents there. So we definitely want to bring back this Rose Walk garden and bring back the memory of what this used to be. And so here's the rendering of that. Again, accessibility is really hard, very challenging. So this is one instance we do need to have a ramp as well as handrails, and then adding the tea roses on each side.
Could I ask a question?
Yes.
When you say ramp,
Yes.
Do you just mean that the paving needs to be regraded
Yes, it needs to be regraded.
and recovered?
Yeah, so it has to be less than 8.3%. If it's steeper, then it's not safe. It's not compliant.
So it's not a ramp that goes on top of a path?
No.
Okay, that's what I
It is
thought.
kind of regraded because then you have to think about drainage as well as you're doing all that. Yeah. Okay, so this is one instance where ramps don't really work because there's great change. The differential of levels are so great that if you put a ramp in there, it's going to be over 50 feet long, and that would seriously impact the character of this place. And so here, in order to have access to both the Coulter Cottage and the Oaks Cottage, we are proposing that we have a combination of steps that are to code as well as a wheelchair lift. And they're designed in such a way that, you know, hopefully you don't see the lift, but it's there if you need it. And that's on the left-hand side right here. And then there's the steps that take you to the entrances of the cottages. And as you can see, the photo on the right-hand side, that is really steep. You know, see how it comes out of the building, and that ramp is definitely too steep for somebody with wheelchairs. It's just not compliant to code. And then the steps are disappearing into the slope, and that causes tripping hazard. Somebody could, you know, get injured through that. So that's why we're doing this. It's important. It's really for the safety of all the visitors who come. This is the plan view of the modifications, and again, try to adhere to the existing conditions as much as possible. And so this is the overall site plan that I have just walked through with you. And then I think the next part is going to be presented by Grace from Architectural Resource Group. Okay.
Thank you. So hello, I'm Grace Davis. I'm an architect and project manager at Architectural Resources Group, and I'm going to speak to you about the rehabilitation of the Pines Cottage. So the Pines Cottage was constructed in 1931. It's a Spanish colonial revival building and designed by Peter Prescott and Sons. It is U-shaped in plan, situated around a central courtyard with a large palm tree in the center, and it historically housed Rockhaven's longer-term residents. So we began the investigation by doing an extensive conditions assessment by our conservators and architects. And here you can see some of the typical exterior conditions. So you have the stucco, which has some spalling, a delamination, peeling paint, soiling, and some incompatible patches. A lot of surface-mounted things, equipment, electrical conduit, non-compatible lighting, plumbing piping, as well. And there's a lot of wood elements as well. And they're generally in fair to poor condition, particularly the wood doors, mostly due to water damage and some rot. The roof is in good condition because it was repaired and made watertight about 2 years ago. And then here you can see some of the interior conditions. Most of these things are related to water intrusion and water damage. This includes plaster walls and ceilings, buckling and heaving of the vinyl flooring throughout and the wood subfloor below, and then the wood doors and windows that I mentioned before. Note that the water intrusion, it subsided after the roof was replaced and made watertight. So the water damage that you're seeing, none of it is new from what we could see. It's just left over from before. So for the exterior of the building, our goal is to restore it and repair any damage or incompatible alterations over its 93-year history. So this includes repairing the stucco, patching spalls, infilling cracks, and repainting the building. removing any of that unnecessary surface-mounted conduit, piping, et cetera, removing the non-historic light fixtures, and restoring the wood elements throughout, including the wood windows and doors. Based on our survey, some of the wood windows and doors can be repaired, and we intend to do that. Some of them are in pretty bad shape and will need to be replaced, but we intend to replace them in kind, single pane glazing, and we have all the existing windows and doors are there to use as a reference. The roof will generally be left alone, again, because it's in good condition. At the east elevation, at the top of the screen, we're removing one aluminum sliding window that was replaced, that was a replacement, and right here, and replacing it with the wood double doors, which is what would have been there historically. That's really the only major alteration to the exterior that we're conducting. And then the arched door here at the east elevation is that accessible entrance that Inge was pointing to earlier. And then here you can see the elevations from the courtyard inside the U. These double doors on each side, here, and then on the other side, are the ones that are in the worst shape, so those will be replaced again in kind. The exterior historic sconces and the Pines Cottage sign would be repaired, replaced, and reinstalled. So our team conducted a historic finishes analysis where we took samples throughout the building to study the stratigraphy and determine what color the buildings were originally and how that changed over time. The elevation at the top of the screen is the current color scheme, a very typical Spanish colonial revival scheme. But what we found from this analysis is that the original color palette was much more beige and brown, much more of a craftsman color palette. The wood doors and windows were not originally painted, but were stained a dark brown stain. We do intend to repaint them because just for maintenance and longevity purposes, but we are proposing to strip and restore the doors and windows under the arcade, which would be more protected from the elements so that there is a kind of representation of what was there historically. And then here are samples from the interior. You can see the found color palette for the interior walls and trim at the bottom right. These are preliminary, and we'll use them as a kind of guiding principle for the future color palettes at the interior. So here you can see the existing floor plan. Historically, it had 10 patient rooms around a U-shaped corridor. Each patient room had its own dedicated closet, and most of them had wood double doors that directly accessed the outside so that patients could get access to the natural light and clean air. There were 3 historic restrooms with colorful tile, and then the large kind of common area at the top of the U. The areas that are hatched indicate the most extensive water damage at the floor and the walls. And then all elements that are shown dashed we're proposing to remove. The exterior doors we already covered are in pretty bad shape, so we would replace them in kind. Any interior doors that are shown with a dashed line, we propose to remove and store on site in the basement. We're really only proposing to remove them for better accessibility between the rooms. A lot of them swing into the path of travel. Then here you can see our proposed floor plan. Our goal here was to bring it up to code and also make a flexible space with as little demolition as possible. Starting with the restrooms, we're restoring 2 of the 3 historic restrooms, and we're adding 2 more. So the restoration of the restrooms would include fixtures and finishes. 2 new restrooms, one would be ADA, and one would not be ADA. And then the other kind of main intervention is creating a viable exhibit space by removing the partition walls on the left side of the U. This is really just so that you don't have a ton of tiny rooms. This is also where we saw the most extensive water damage, so a lot of that repair work would need to be done anyway. we are also proposing to reopen the fireplace, which has currently been infilled, and generally new wall and ceiling paint throughout, new vinyl tile, and new electrical throughout as well. So in general, our team kept all the necessary repairs in mind when figuring out what spaces or what uses to put in what spaces, so that we're minimizing our impact, but also including the necessary spaces for a museum. And here you can see our kind of programming plan. This is where we're trying to understand what uses would go in what space. The red line indicates our visitor experience and the kind of order in which you would experience this building. So you would actually start in the upper common area, the reception and your introduction to Rock Haven, and then move down to the exhibit space on the bottom left, where you'd be instructed to wander around, kind of move freely. From there, you could either move through the interior or the exterior courtyard to the showrooms, which are indicated in yellow. These would be restored period rooms with period furniture so that people could really see what it's like to be a resident at Rock Haven. And then the blue areas are museum support spaces, restrooms, et cetera. We just wanted to show a couple of inspo pics of what this might look like. Here you have the exhibition spaces. We felt these were really applicable to a museum of this size. And then here you have your showrooms. These could be interactive, in which people can sit on the furniture and touch the clothing in the closet, or could have limited access. And then we're using this black and white photo you can see on the screen as a reference, because this is a photo of a residence room at Rock Haven. And we understand the museum needs to have spaces to host programs. This could be tours, living history, lectures, film screenings, workshops. And we, instead of trying to open up large spaces in the interior, we knew we wanted to utilize the large exterior spaces so that, again, we're minimizing our impact here. So we really understand that these events would happen kind of in conjunction with the larger spaces inside and the courtyard below. Again, other events that could happen, music festivals, galas, and then rentals to third parties. And then lastly, our museum support spaces. This would be offices, restrooms, conference rooms. We also have planned for a small break room that could also double as a heat and serve kitchen in the event of events. And then what's not shown here is that in the basement, we do plan to include a room for collection storage, ephemera storage that is, humidity controlled and has heating and air. So at that, I'm going to hand it over to Cameron from MGMP, who's going to talk a little bit more about museum.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask one question. Sure. So are there 2 ADA accessible entrances to the museum?
Yes, there's one that's more direct, but I believe both are accessible. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct.
And is that a requirement to have 2?
It's not a requirement, but the path to get from the accessible parking space to the main entrance of the front entrance of the museum inside the courtyard is pretty long. So we're providing a much more direct path of travel from the accessible parking, the future accessible parking spaces to the main, the accessible entrance of the museum.
You mean the side entrance?
Yes, the side entrance.
But is the main entrance currently accessible?
No, it's not.
So
From that location, it's not.
Okay, so technically, there could just be one entrance that would be the shortest point from the parking lot to the museum.
Correct.
One ADA accessible entrance.
Yes, there could be one accessible entrance.
Looking toward the future, the courtyard entrance would probably be the primary entrance for people using the site, which will then be accessible. But as Grace said, the parking lot that we envision now, and there may be other parking spaces in the future, is the most direct way to get into that north entrance.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Cameron Boudrim. I am managing partner at MGMP. We are museum planners by trade. And I wanted to walk really quickly through some of the ideas that animated what Grace just walked you through in terms of the use of spaces and why we came to the conclusions that we did about the reconfiguration of the Pines Cottage. So we'll start with an exercise that we did, which was, even though we are not the operators of this museum, we wanted to run through an exercise of envisioning what a mission and vision statement would be like for the institution, how it would drive the interpretive planning, and ultimately what the exhibit content and the program and activities content would be at the museum. So what you're seeing here is a very sort of simple overview of what a mission statement would potentially look like. The goal of the Rockhaven Sanitarium Museum is to provide visitors with a multifaceted understanding of the past as viewed through the lens of the people who once inhabited Rockhaven. And so it's broad enough and focused enough that I think it covers a lot of bases when we're looking at the lenses of interpretation that we would like to see and that we're envisioning within the exhibit content. So historical content as being the broadest, institutional history, biographical narrative, social history and materiality, and finally architecture and design. So that's the sort of path from broadest to most targeted that we would like to see and that we envision within the exhibit content. So starting with the historical context, so the broader events and movements and societal changes that really impacted the nature of the area prior to and concurrent with the development of Rockhaven. And then moving through to institutional history, what were the conditions that really gave birth to the institution? What was the driving force? So Rockhaven, for instance, as a feminist institution, was different than many other sanitaria in the area. Biographical narratives, right? There are many very famous people that resided and worked at Rockhaven, but really even looking deeper than that, what were the sort of slice of life stories of the average visitor, the average worker? How do we bring those stories to life through exhibit content, throughout the experience in the museum? And then looking at social history and materiality, so the actual objects, ephemera. Grace talked a little bit about staged rooms and how that's important to giving visitors a feeling of what was like to inhabit those spaces. You're seeing an example of an exhibit at the Tenement Museum where actual objects are used to trigger digital content. And so, using those space-saving techniques while activating actual objects in the space, I think is going to be really important for the museum because space is at a premium. And then finally, architecture and design. What the stories of the people that live there, but also reflected through the nature of the space itself, the cottage plan of architecture, and how did that influence the way that Rockhaven was envisioned and its lifespan from its inception through the present day. There are a lot of ways that we envision these stories being told. So the simplest is graphics and didactics, which you see at post and panel shows at most history museums. Photography and video, we've got a ton of period photographs that we'd like to showcase in some way. Collection storage, as Grace mentioned, in the basement is really going to help preserve those documents appropriately. Object display, either en masse like that, or one of my great examples is the direwolf skulls at the La Brea Tar Pits that everyone sort of grew up in LA have seen. The massive just amount of objects, it really tells a story in its own way. Interactives, as we mentioned, the sort of more digital approaches that are very space-saving and efficient in that way. The staged rooms that really give you the feeling of being in those places, and obviously digital and virtual experiences expanding to web materials and apps and interactive websites. And lastly, we just wanted to share a list of institutions that we studied that really impacted the way that we thought about the use of this space. It's got lots of precedents, either as institutional history museums for mental health, which are very important, but really the typology of the museum reflects a historic house museum in terms of the limitations of what we can do in the spaces. And so looking at those as models for how we were looking at activating the Pine Scholars was very important. So we encourage everyone to take a look at those. Thank you.
One last chapter of this presentation. Thank you for hanging in there with us. So last week on July 10th, we had a really lively public meeting out at the Montrose Public Library and wanted to just share the feedback we received from the community. It's a pretty exhaustive list, but we tried to distill it down to the key elements here, and we put it kind of in 3 buckets. Site design feedback, building feedback, and then overall we asked the community kind of their vision for Rock Haven since we don't have future occupants for all the buildings. So I'll start with the site design feedback. The community expressed concern about increased traffic along Hermosa Ave. They had questions about kind of the standard width of the road and how we intend to use that entrance over others, while the intent is that all 3 are kind of the primary entrances into the museum. There was concerns about water use, and I think we kind of addressed that in today's presentation, but looking at how we comply with current city and local regulations for water use of our landscaping, the large lawns that we show. They stressed the importance of a city maintenance plan. So after all this work is complete, make sure we have funds and staff set aside to make sure that Rock Haven is maintained. Retaining the character of the existing paths and railings. That was expressed in just the materials that we're using are in kind or of existing for the hardscape, railings, any features, and that also includes just making sure that we're restoring the historic ornaments like the pots and sculptures that we showed in the renderings and those historic photos. Ensure the city has budget allowed for future maintenance. They wanted us to consider adding parking off of Honolulu, either a lot or dedicated street parking, and then expressed concerns over the mature trees on the site and making sure they were existing all the mature trees as possible. And then the museum design feedback, there was kind of general program considerations and then kind of bigger items. But for the program considerations, they wanted us to ensure that we had space for holding meetings and presentations. Community member expressed they wanted to highlight mental health history within the museum. As you may be aware, Marilyn Monroe's mom had a stay at Rock Haven and in the Pines Cottage in particular. It was important that that room be preserved, and as part of Grace's presentation, one of the showrooms, which was featured in the upper right corner of the building, is intended to be a showroom. Would there be a museum gift shop, snack stand, or area to sell food? And then consider partnering with Glendale National Alliance for Mental Illness for future operation. Or collaboration. They expressed concern of security of the building, ensuring that we had on-site security cameras or staff there. Questions about if the building was conditioned, and it will be. And then establish a city maintenance program for the buildings in particular, and then maintaining all of the historic elements. And then lastly, community vision. There was a list of what they would like to see and what they were strongly against. What they would like to see in Rock Haven was a community center, classrooms, artist studios, gallery, workshop rooms, yoga studio, tea house. These are kind of all ideas that they generated. And then they were strongly against subdividing the property, any affordable housing project, and just future deteriorations of other buildings on the property. That's the last chapter. Looking ahead, this is our last public meeting before we go to City Council for approval on August 20th, but we'll open it up to you for Q&A.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Jay, do you have anything you want to say? Because I was going to go to public comment, but do you want us to do Q&A to them first?
This would be a good time for commissioners to ask questions,
Okay.
which we usually do before community,
Okay.
but you can do it either way.
It's okay. We were asking questions all along, but do you have additional ones?
I do have a couple. So I have one for Grace. For the work you're going to be doing on Pines, the National Register nomination for Rock Haven has a pretty expansive period of significance that goes up to 1967. For the work you're going to be doing on Pines, if there is an opportunity to save fixtures and finishes from the 50s and 60s or the 40s, are those going to be preserved, those later details? Or is the angle here to bring everything back to 1931 on the building?
Thank you. That's a very good question. For the exterior of the building, we're trying to pull from the photographs that we have and the details that are currently there. So in general, going back to the original, the older photographs if we can. For the interior of the building, the period rooms or the show rooms, we would like to go back as close as we can to the older part of the period of significance. For the other parts of the museum, we know that we're going to need to replace the vinyl flooring. We know that we're going to need to repaint and repair a lot of the plaster. So we are not aiming for an older or younger restoration. Well, I guess to answer your question, we're a little bit flexible.
Okay, good. Good. And then I thank you. I have a question for you. So a lot of the slides you showed had this same purple plant. What was that purple plant?
Oh, yeah, we haven't really finished the planting plan, but the thought is something that is maybe like a salvia, some sort of sage perennial that's first of all drought tolerant, but also has color during the summer season. So it's meant to kind of create some color for that garden. Yeah, but it could vary depending on. It's not like we're using it everywhere. It's more just for rendering. Yes.
Is it kind of a placeholder for now?
Yes, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, good. One of the things when I was on my, I went on and looked at a couple of historic pictures in color here. I saw some of the ones that you used, and I was really taken at Rockhaven by how variegated the landscape is. That when you go to different parts of Rockhaven, there's an extremely variegated landscape in different elements. And from what I saw of the presentation, and thank you for clarifying that, it seemed like there was going to be this consistency of this box edge and this purple plant all over the place.
That's not the case.
It's not the idea.
we kind of, I think that the graphics here show more about the ADA access,
Okay.
just really try to make sense and make sure it looks right, it's in
Okay.
the right place. The planting, we're still working on.
Still working on that. And then in terms, I really liked one of the last slides that was showed in terms of the public comment period the meeting at the library last week. I really like the fact that a lot of the public brought up some of these smaller scale details, which I think are very important, such as restoring historic ornaments and retaining the character of existing paths and railings. Those small scale details that on some restoration projects get overlooked really quickly as people focus on the building. They go buy a new pot or whatever. It's those small things that, of course, really catch the eye when you're walking on that landscape. So I don't know if some of the pots you were showing in your renderings were just kind of, again, placeholders, or if they were intended to be old or new.
We actually saw a whole bunch of pots in the garage in storage right now, and some of them have been kind of faded, flaking paint and all that. So we need to work on those, make sure they're looking good before we put them back in. But the intention is to use the same. What's available that's currently in storage.
Okay, great. And so just, that how important those small things are that often get easily overlooked because they do catch the eye. And again, just to really emphasize, I think, for Grace and everybody, that this is a wide period of significance. Not everything has to be brought back to 1923 when the period of significance begins. It probably, if you have pots or whatnot, they're from the 60s or the 50s, I think it would add much more texture and truth to what Rockhaven was versus just trying to bring something back that's almost like a stage set thing to day one.
Yeah,
So-
and it's not meant to be frozen in time during just those years because people still live there in the 60s, and it's a very different furnishings and lifestyle. Really.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Those are my questions.
In terms of the pots and things, We do have a bunch on site, but probably not nearly as many as were there. And they're kind of generic in shape to some degree. You still see similar things at the stores today. So some of those may be augmented with new ones, but there's also statuary that was on site, and we have a bunch of things in storage. We're probably not going to be adding new statuary. I think that would be the wrong way to go. But we do have that amazing concrete teddy bear that probably postdates the period of significance, but we probably might find a home for it.
Get it in
so-
somewhere.
Yeah. Catherine, do you have any questions?
Yes, I did. I want to thank you all for a very thorough presentation, and I just want to commend you because I think that your just affection for this really unique property just comes through when you talk about your proposed plans for it. So I'll get that out of the way before I ask my questions. I'm wondering if any mature trees have been identified for removal at this point.
Currently, no. There's no trees that we've identified for removal. There are some larger stumps, and we did an extensive arborist report doing an inventory of every tree, and there are some large trees there that are dead that will be removed, but healthy living trees, no.
Oh, good. That's unusual. Very nice. Nice to hear. And something that came up at the community meeting was this question of water restrictions. And I just wanted, it occurred to me at the moment that this is a question for staff. I assume that if Rockhaven is going to be re-landscaped, the city is not going to allow it to die because it's going to limit it to watering 2 days a week for 10 minutes. Is there an establishment period at the very least, which
Well, we
could?
whatever the landscape team says is the establishment, the required amount of watering, we would do everything to make that happen. This is very informal, but we have a well on the site. There may be some water accessibility that would not
siphon.
require, you're just gonna pump out there. It'll be interactive neighborhood toy exercise. So I can't imagine that we're gonna do this and let it shrivel up in one season.
Okay, good. I just wanted to get that out there. Thank you.
Maybe we can get the guy that spins the projector to run the pump.
Any other questions?
Go ahead. Okay.
Tennis.
Since you're up here, my questions are for you. When you were summarizing, are there any plans, are there plans to preserve each building?
No.
Any plans
The only
to
building we're touching in this project is just the Pines Cottage building.
Okay. Any plans to remove any buildings?
No.
Okay. Because I saw this plan about, the report about all these mothballing things, and none of that was addressed.
Yeah, this project is very limited in scope based on what City Council directed staff and the consulting team to work on within the parameters of the $8 million grant. Obviously, there's more work to be done at Rockhaven. Its future uses and users is still unknown. We've taken comments from the community. We'll hear more tonight, I'm sure. You may have comments about the future. City Council has certainly heard that people want this to be solved, and we want to find a way to make Rockhaven come back alive, but we don't know exactly how that's going to happen.
Okay, so all the buildings are preserved. And then, Jay, who would decide, or have you guys decided, the use of the buildings?
Again, we don't know because we don't have users, we don't have anything in place there. And we also can't discuss that. Well, there's nothing to discuss. We don't know, is the frank but obvious and honest answer.
Okay. And you said costs would be set aside. Do we have, this looked pretty extensive. There any money left over to me, and then like what
I'm sorry,
Commissioner
did you hear
Yurka
what you
said?
said would be set aside?
There'd be costs set aside for maintenance?
What on the tail end of the presentation, that's what you're referring to? That was a request by the city, was that we ensured that there was some money, we do all this work, and that there's at least budget within the cities for future maintenance.
Okay.
From this
Sorry,
grant.
that was a request by the city or the public?
Sorry, community.
The community, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And for the gentleman who had the other previous museums, do they have other buildings use, operations on site? So I've been to the Pat Museum, and it's strictly museum. There's nothing else on there.
Yeah.
What have other examples like ours with additional buildings been used for?
Yeah, it's a very unique typology in that we are talking essentially about a museum building within a larger campus where the other buildings there is not a use identified for those buildings, but there is the potential to be co-located or directly adjacent to some other institutions that are hopefully doing something that's mission comparable, but may not be. It's really, I think, important for us to understand that the museum, no matter what happens in the other buildings at Rockhaven, needs to have a very clear identity and read as a museum. To me, that really means activation, not through static exhibits, but a much more dynamic set of programs and activity, and hopefully education programs. Because really, we're planning for a vast swath of unknown, right? And it is very challenging. A great example is MoCA downtown in LA. And they've got two buildings slightly too far apart to walk from one to the other. And they essentially cannibalize their own visitation by having two sites. It's a huge problem for them. What we want to do is, as much as possible, position the museum to be flexible in the use of its spaces, interior and exterior, so that there can be collaborative programs with other entities that are also occupying buildings at Rockhaven.
That was a
And
great
what
generic
Cameron's
answer.
saying is,
That's as good as I can do, without knowing.
So you had the Kalamazoo State Hospital up there, I think, before. Do they have any additional uses, or that's strictly historic?
Strictly museum, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's really hard. There are some examples I can think of in the Pacific Northwest. Northwest Museum of Arts and Culture in Spokane has, I think, 4 buildings on campus. 3 of them are historic and remain historic, and 1 building that's more contemporary and does the bulk of the heavy lifting for exhibits and, potential for public engagement and programming. So it's really kind of a mix. And I would say that the bulk of activities at this museum, the way that we're envisioning them, that are public-facing and not static, are happening within that courtyard and within that primary reception area. That's really the flex space that really is able to animate the museum in the way that larger institutions that have bigger campuses and more facilities typically operate.
Okay, my last question, with these other examples, if they had use permits, does that money go to help maintain the property? Or does any money go to help maintain the current property, museum?
That is wholly dependent on the governance of the institution. And a lot of it is, 501c3 leasing land from the city on a long-term 99-year, $1 a year lease. That's a different kind of thing. It's something that we like to see because that means that the museum or the operator is able to raise money on its own and determine the use. And, in terms of, I will say from an accreditation standpoint, when you're talking about the American Alliance of Museums, which is something that most museums really seek to do for a variety of reasons, especially to get fundraising and grant support for operations and programs, one of the really big things that they look at now is if there is a parent organization or you are leasing property from another entity, what are the obligations that the other entity are under, and are they fulfilling their obligations? And sometimes through no fault of the museum itself, they're denied accreditation because of things like site maintenance and water intrusion issues and facility-related things. And mostly it's site and facility-related, but it's something that we want to be really careful about. So as much as the museum wants to be independent, it also is looking for a really good partner in the city and good relationships with its neighbors, whoever those neighbors might be.
Thank you. Great presentation.
just to jump in on that, just to keep you focused, the examples that were shown, we don't know what's coming to the museum. And right now, there's litigation between Friends of Rockhaven and the city. We can't work with Friends of Rockhaven right now to even talk about programming, collections, or anything. It's likely that will change at some point, but right now, we don't know. And so most of the examples that were shown in the presentation were kind of giving you an idea of what could come in museums of similar scale and similar mission in some cases. So it's more just kind of an idea board rather than anything that we can really talk about in terms of specifics. So.
Thank you.
I have some questions, but I also want to thank you for the presentation. I have landscaping questions and actually about it's a question for Grace. So I really like the temperature-controlled collection storage.
I wish we had it here.
You mean in this room right now? Me too.
You think you want it?
Yeah.
Doesn't that thing close?
Doesn't it close all the way?
They're broken. So.
Like the AC.
Well, the AC they just shut down, so.
Anyway, continue.
Not supposed to.
So anyway, that got me thinking about solar power, and I wonder if there's been any thought around installing solar for the site, or at least for the building, for the museum building.
That is not something we've really considered because we were concerned about the impact. If it's located on the roof, the clay tile roof, we're concerned about the visual impact to the historic buildings. It's something that we could consider if you're interested.
Yeah, and I was also thinking about some of the other buildings that don't have the tiled roof, that could take possibly a thin film solar.
It's a lot of trees there. It's probably not going to get a whole lot of sun.
Yeah,
off
it's
of those
just,
roofs.
it's just a thought that it would be to try and make this site as green as possible.
I will take that into consideration.
Yeah, thank you. And then I have landscaping questions. So I wondered if you had any idea percentage-wise which plants, what percentage of new plants versus existing plants would be involved in the plantings?
Well, based on our walkthrough, I think what is the most intact are the trees, the canopy of trees. So that's, we don't expect to plant new trees because it's already beautiful. However, the shrubbery and ground covers, some of them are really old and they are not kept up. And so those might need to be kind of replanted and kind of taken out and re-landscaped. So what's the percentage? I would say probably 70%. But then there are areas we don't want to do too much planting. We want to keep it as simple as possible. Like Tier 2, for example, that was an area outside of the main path of travel, and those most likely will be more low-maintenance plants and fixed irrigation. So again, it's about sustainability to some extent, that the site doesn't have to be completely manicured and perfect. Certain areas want to be just kind of natural and then maintained. Yeah.
So of that approximately 75%, what percentage of that would you say you have a view toward California natives or drought tolerant?
Right. Well, again, we hear different opinions from the community, but I think, I don't want to speak for everyone, but I have a sense that a lot of people want to go with more drought tolerant plants, and there was one person who mentioned native plants. So that's kind of what we would like to pursue. But I think the character, given that it's a historic site, maybe we can use plants that are drought tolerant and native, but still having that a little bit more formal character, that things are intentionally planted. It's not meant to look like you're out in the wilderness, in the wildlands. So that's a very different approach. Right. So, selecting the right plants, but the style will be a little more on the historic end. Does that make sense?
It does. I would just like to see, and I understand, the context and the appropriateness of the formal and informal, but, drought tolerant, obviously, for maintenance reasons and, of course, water conservation, which is another thought around collecting rainwater. Is there a view toward?
Well, as you mentioned, it's interesting because the grotto area is a low point. And, if people are interested, that potentially could be a water collection area for runoff, stormwater runoff. And I know historically it was kind of using potable water or something, so that's no longer sustainable. And so that's a potential there. We could talk to civil engineer to see if there's other sites on the lower side of the entire property that could have stormwater capture opportunities. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's good to hear.
There's, it's interesting because you see these kind of concrete, almost like concrete channels, that you don't really understand why they're there, but we all feel like that was used to direct water. That was their way of draining the water. So where does that go? We're not taking those things out. So it's almost like a detective exercise to find out where that water goes and do we capture it on site and let it infiltrate. So yeah, it could be really great idea. Yes.
And I think SWA, in looking at the diversion of water away from the buildings, is going to be taking LID lid principles, what is that, low impact development? Into consideration, which is involving stormwater runoff and how to move it to the right places, whether it's the grotto or somewhere else. For us, it's very important to move that away from the buildings.
Thank you. I have a question for Jay. And I know that we're just talking about this one building, but will the Historic Preservation Commission participate in any of the discussions of future tenants and for the other buildings? Or is it too early to?
Well, definitely for future rehabilitation and work on the site. I don't know that you would be involved with future tenancies, but as private citizens, you could certainly, I don't know what's going to happen. Will we have task forces? Will we, it's going to be a long process, undoubtedly. So if you have specific ideas, you could share those with council, so.
Yeah, I want to say that the nature of my questions has to do with the future of who those tenants may be and their potential interest in being at a site that has drought tolerant and is in a relatively sustainable environment. So I think that could be not just an attraction to people visiting the museum and the site, but potential tenants.
We'll basically follow the Secretary's standards in terms of making future uses are compatible with the site, but we're not going to be able to, as a commission, kind of pinpoint anything. But council may have a role in that.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you all very much. The team presentation was quite impressive. We appreciate your time. I do have just one question, and I'm not exactly sure who it goes to. The pathways, the new and rehabilitated ADA accessible pathways that travel throughout the site, many of them at some point, there are some that lead to the entrances and spaces of other buildings. And I think, if I remember correctly, some of these buildings have similar arcades and outdoor spaces that are parts of the features of the buildings. Are there any part of the plan to somehow, in a sort of permanent way, cordon off the entrance to those spaces? Or are those spaces potentially going to be rehabilitated so people can walk up the steps of some of these other buildings? I don't think that's a great idea, but to use those spaces? Or are we talking about just putting a sign that says, don't move past this point? But there's going to be a lot of flow around these buildings that are unfortunately quite deteriorated. And, kids are running around and doing all the crazy things they do. I could just see the potential of liability for the city if they're given too much access to some of these other spaces.
So at the Tier 1 improvement level, looking at establishing that primary accessible path, noted in all these plans, and I don't actually think we expressed it, but highlighted in blue by these blue dots and lines here, we want to ensure that we're providing the most safe and accessible route, but also not limit people's views into those kind of key corridors to see the historic area. So we're proposing pedestrian barriers that would just be like post and stanchion cables that would just direct flow of people to go and walk on a walking loop through the district, but not necessarily interact where there might be safety because we haven't repaired all of the pavers.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
And that would include areas into other plazas, entries onto,
Yeah.
those different patios or porches of the individual buildings. And we've kind of located those all in plan.
Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. This could be for Jay or Grace or Katie or maybe someone from SWA. I honestly don't know the answer to this. Maybe Commissioner Yurkin knows. Is there any sort of Park Service or federal guidance, a bulletin for not only dealing with landscapes following the Secretary of the Interior standards, I'm assuming something like that already exists, but merging concerns around drought tolerance and water conservation with historic landscapes in a way that meets the standards? Is there any sort of a guidance bulletin that exists for something like that relative to historic properties?
We don't know of one off the top of our head.
I don't know either.
But what we'll do is look into it and see if there's a specific preservation brief that, supplements the
Okay.
standards. That's a very good question.
I think it's an important situation here because I feel like a lot of the landscape we see in the earlier slot and the earlier images may not be the most drought tolerant, but yet we don't want to do something, ideally it would be nice to do something that's compatible with the character of that as much as possible. And if there's some guidance out there, that would be fantastic to acknowledge and follow.
I
Thank you.
think as a rule, we're looking at the site as a cultural landscape. Everything you've seen is kind of taking that into account. I think there's a growing movement in the preservation field toward integrating better sustainability measures into what we do. We've often tried to carve out ourselves from other requirements. And it's good to hear you talking about emphasis on drought tolerance, which doesn't mean we can't have some planted flower beds with annuals in celebration of the work Ivan Karp did on the site as the gardener there, but it would probably be a limited area. So we just don't know exactly how that's going to work. But
Actually, sorry to interrupt, Daniel. If there isn't a standard, means that we should be able to do it. We should be able to use drought-tolerant plants, and that is, compatible with today's needs. So, I mean, that's a great opportunity that could be leveraged there.
I agree. I think it's just a matter of, I think this needs a very sensitive navigation, though, because as much as I understand the needs for drought tolerance, especially just in terms of the reality of if it's on the city to maintain this in the future, the cost. I like what you said, Jay. I think there needs to be a balance, and I hope that this project will find that balance right and not, to just find that balance right. And if there's any guidance for that already, that would be wonderful. And if not, as professionals, I know that you will get it right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, team. Very much. You're welcome to stick around and listen to what the public has to say and questions that they have. Jay, I have four.
you want to just leave that in case it helps with questions or anything?
I have 4 speaker cards in hand. Do we have any callers?
We have one caller.
Okay. I'm going to ask the caller to wait, if they don't mind. I'm going to start with Susan Bolin.
And could you also just establish a timeline?
Oh, yes. I'm going to give everyone 3 minutes, please. Yes, you do.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for taking up this very important issue. Where to start? Let's talk about that there can be a balance between traditional plantings and drought tolerant. It's been done. There's a lot of resources out there. I'm sure the team can find that. Might want to keep in mind that because of the well on the space, that's a consideration, and working with CV Water District, I believe, is the well owner. But also consider permeable surfaces. One of the issue is that keeps coming up time and time again is parking on site, and the team is proposing parking off of Hermosa. And there's been a lot of community concern about using Hermosa as a ingress, egress, and parking in that area. So I would ask that you consider that that may be only a temporary place for parking, and that the main thrust of the parking be located in the vacant area on the parcel. So that would be on the west side, down below. The team had expressed that there's some grade issues. It goes from high to low pretty quickly, but what could be incorporated in the future is a permeable surface to percolate down. We've been waiting for this project for a long time, 15 years. My great aunt stayed at Rock Haven, so I'm pretty aware of the history of it. I was a little bit disappointed when you met on June 20th that you had toured the facility, but you hadn't prepared any comments, so I was really glad for all the questions tonight. Part of that discussion that you did have, however, was about you were starting with the premise, the assumption that Rock Haven has to pay for itself. And I know it's probably because you're looking globally at budgets and the amount of money available for this project. That's not to say that a pot of money isn't out there somewhere, and that maybe we consider that Glendale actually takes responsibility for the maintenance and Rock Haven going, into the future, rather than depending solely on some rich person coming in and rehabbing the spaces. Anyway, thank you so much for your time.
Just so everyone knows, when you hear that chime, you still have 30 seconds, so.
Let's keep going. Yeah, I was like, I got 30 seconds on here. Go ahead. And
So what comes up also time and time again is the housing component of this project. And I just want to restate once again, I don't really feel it's, as preservationists, you need to look at what is there rather than building something new. And so we don't want to build new stuff there.
thank you, Susan. I'm going to apologize in advance for messing up some of these names, and it's not your fault. This should not be printed blue. It makes it very difficult to write on, so I'm going to say this almost every meeting. Can we just get white paper or actual blue paper, not white paper that's been printed
I
blue?
have no clue why we do that, but you're right. It's really slippery. It doesn't, yeah.
So Stephanie, I know who you are. Please come forward. You're next.
I could barely write my name on that
It's
slick
ridiculous.
paper.
It's ridiculous.
Thank you very much,
Thank you, dear.
Commissioners. I'm Stephanie Landrigan. I'm a landscape architect, a citizen, a longtime citizen of Glendale. There are now mandatory conservation water requirements because of the drought. So all of the water companies are going to have to cut water. They are required by the governor signing a piece of legislation. So I think I appreciate Commissioner Head and Commissioner Yurka bringing up the sustainability issues and the landscaping issues. Now, SWA is a terrific landscaping company, and I think they'll be able to do this, and I think they're very sensitive to the site conditions. It is a steep site, so there could be a lot of capture of stormwater. So I believe that is something that is going to happen. I am concerned to hear that any other changes to the buildings are not going to come back to you. I find that if there are going to be funding available for more rehabilitation of Rock Haven, that it would just go to council, because I think you all should have it. So that is not something Jay thinks is right, but I just want you to say I think that it is unfortunate that it will bypass you. I think I appreciate SWA bringing up the comments from the community. It was a very well attended, poorly space allocated building, but I really think the community is passionate. This is a beautiful area, and I'm really glad we're going to be dealing with it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Can I just clarify that real quick?
Please do.
Stephanie, that's not the intention. What I think you heard was when we were talking about HPC being involved in identifying uses or users
Okay,
for the
but
building.
any rehabilitation
Any
of any of the
rehabilitation-
buildings will come back to the commission.
Totally, you have no need to
Thank
worry
you.
about that, yeah.
That is appropriate. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Alan Dish.
Good evening, Historic Commission. My name's Alan Dish, local historian and enthusiast. It's a pleasure to be here. All I wanted to say is offer my support. I've been following this project as long as I have 10 years at least. I heard 15 tonight. It's a wonderful idea. Recently, I visited the two museums, one in Hollywood, the Barnsdall Museum. There's a series of buildings up there. And the Autry Museum of the West across in Griffith Park. So I think this museum would be a nice completion of the series. Like, I think there are some similarities even with Barnsdall. You know, they have a campus even there, different functions for each. Just one more comment. I would love if there could be a gift shop or bookstore. Like, I'm supporting this idea, if only because it could provide some passive income maybe for the museum. And I can tell you that when I visited the Autry, I spent more time in the bookstore than in the actual museum itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Joanna Lincoln. Thank you. Thank you, Joanna.
It's Linkhorst.
Link-
And you
that's-
can't tell from the spelling or from my
Kind
writing.
of falls off at the end, I'll be honest. But that's not your fault.
No,
It's
I know,
the paper.
I was in a hurry too, so
Okay.
that's quite all right. Yeah, like Susan said, where to start? All these thoughts all over the place. Love solar, love the idea of water capture. It'd be fantastic, it'd be brilliant. There are actually 2 wells on the property, one that is being pumped, one in the front that is not. But it's got heavy nitrates. But anyway, let me try and bring my brain back to what I've been hoping to talk about. The Friends of Rockhaven have always advocated for the least amount of change and the most amount of preservation. The Pines Cottage was chosen to be a museum so that it could be untouched, with the vision that it would be more like a house museum, that everything would remain the same, rooms would be the same, they would be able to have rotating displays, certainly displays, beautiful displays of the rooms, utilizing Marilyn Monroe's mom's room so that they can look out the window that she went out of on that one particular time. But the bathrooms were a big focus. Those are the tiles that Agnes Richards chose, and you can't see 1931 tiles anywhere. Those should be part of what is preserved. Those should be untouched and part of the displays and the programming and the they should just not be touched. They should be there because you saw them, they're vibrant, they're gorgeous. And if you touch them, then you're exposing asbestos and you got to replace everything. And I've had people say, oh, we can redo those. We've got, and it's like, no, you can't. It needs those cancer-causing agents for that vibrancy to come through. And Agnes Richards touched this. This is stuff that's there from when she was there. So I would like to suggest that there not be another bathroom, that one of the bathrooms not be converted into a usable bathroom, that there not be a kitchenette or storage or meeting. Just leave it the way that it is, like a house museum. One of the examples is Patton, and that was created entirely by one of the counselors who works there.
Oh, really?
Entirely. He did all of it by himself, and there are no digital displays. It's such a fantastic place. I'm running out of time. And actually, there should actually be bathrooms exterior from it so that it can be accessed whether the museum is open or not. And there's got a walkway that you can kind of see. There's a garage. Right there, they can put brand new bathrooms right in that garage. And right behind is the gardener's office. That could be the little warming kitchen for whatever it is that they designed. But I'm gonna run out of time. The grant does not call for a museum. It calls for.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It calls for a future museum, for that building to be cared for a future museum. And perhaps some funds can be saved from the $8 million to be applied to what else the grant calls for, and that is stabilizing the existing historic buildings that need help. So perhaps some focus can be taken away and put toward the other buildings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That's all the cards I've got, so let's go to our caller.
Okay, we lost our screen. Give me a second. Oh my God. Vilya had to sign in on this. She's just run. We'll
I have a
hopefully
question in the meantime.
figure this out. We try not to share our passwords.
Okay. Daniel has a question.
Jay, I have a quick.
Actually, I'm going to call.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well,
Okay.
no, it's a question for you.
So I'm
right
going to ask my question now while you're on the
Here
phone.
she is, never mind.
Okay.
Got it down too. Of course. You can change it tomorrow, but I'll be good. Yes.
So, just tearing off of what this speaker just said, I do have a quick question about the grant, and it's something that you brought up toward the beginning of the meeting. My understanding is that the grant from Portantino's office?
Yeah.
That it covered all kinds of things that sort of transcended dealing with Pines alone in terms of carrying out deferred maintenance on other site buildings and other, sort of things that go beyond the museum. But yet, did I hear you correctly that it was City Council's directive to just focus on this aspect of the grant?
I'm going to let Mark Berry answer that question.
Okay. I just want a little clarity on that.
Sure. The direction was to get public access onto the site.
Okay.
So logically from that, we need to deal with ADA accessibility so the entire community can access the site.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
So the entire community can access the site.
Can access the site.
Again, the grant did, there was 5 items from the scope of work. Housing was identified, the museum, potential renovation of buildings on budget allowing. But again, we needed to complete this scope of work before we can revisit the renovation.
Okay, so you're sort of seeing it as step 1, step 2,
Yes.
and getting to the other things later.
Yes, we need to get a grasp of this and the cost.
Got it. Thank you.
We have our caller.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Francesca Smith, are you there?
Yes, thank you very much, Jay. Hi, my name's Francesca Smith. I think the commission members received at least 2 emails from me in the past week. I apologize for their voluminousness. First, I wanted to talk briefly about the grant agreement, which was sent to you all first. In fact, that number 2 specifically says carry out deferred maintenance on other site buildings as needed to counteract deterioration. If that's not being done, I don't really see how we can just take this grant and go in the direction we want to. I'm curious about National Historic Preservation Act compliance. The grant spells out that it's required. I see in these plans that we see flashed in front of us briefly that structure 15 and building 16 are shown on enlargement A as being demolished. That's a significant issue. Those are character-defining features. I've heard a lot of talk about the watering this landscape. There's the Model Water Efficiency Landscape Ordinance, which is statewide, which, by the way, does not apply to historic resources. Drought-tolerant plants are a great idea, but there needs to be a balance between their use in a situation like this. I wanted to mention that the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties with guidelines for the treatment of cultural landscapes were prepared by the National Park Service years ago. They apply to this project. I don't think they necessarily mention drought-tolerant plants, but plants are to be replaced like for like unless there's a huge reason. These are all lovely plans, great words, nice ideas, but if the Historic Preservation Commission and City Council can't review the completed project design for compliance with the standards when the plans haven't been completed, that's a significant issue. So I recommend that this get a big smiley face, but not approval, because you all didn't even receive a set of the plans and don't know if this complies with the standards. I saw that the character-defining features have been definitely identified in the National Register nomination, and instead we were provided some in the presentation that were completely different, that were more about feeling. In conclusion, the biggest thing is because the project has not been completely designed, neither HPC nor City Council can approve them, and I recommend that you all wait it out until you have complete plans. Otherwise, you can't really say these comply or don't with the standards. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Francesca. Okay, with that, I will close the public hearing and we can begin our conversation. Who would like to start?
Oh, I'm sorry. We forgot to set the timer, but the timing worked out perfectly, so I'm sorry.
How would you like to start, Daniel?
Oh, here, yeah. Go ahead.
Well,
Sorry.
Okay.
I asked the questions I needed, and I have a couple of things that are kind of gelling, but give me a minute.
Okay. I'm going to go to the other side of the table. Catherine? And work our way into the middle.
Okay, I will start, but I reserve the right to comment again if I need to.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
I'm starting the timer, by the way. Just kidding.
One thing I actually meant to say earlier was I could see that you had paid attention to public comment because you changed, I think it was maybe even the first slide or the second slide, that rather than saying understand the Secretary of the Interior standards, you changed it to comply with them. And that was a comment that you had received at the meeting. And I was very happy to see that because that was a little kind of, I had noticed that language as well. Let's see, I've got just a mess of notes. I, too, Francesca Smith sent all the commissioners the grant agreement statement, whatever the language is. And I share her concern that, number one, renovate the Pines Cottage building for future use as a museum, future use. Two, carried out deferred maintenance on other site buildings as needed to counteract deterioration. And I know that there's no one in this room who would say that that a lot of work is not needed on those additional buildings. And I know that that's not a problem with what you've presented. It's an issue of the scope of the project that you were given and prioritizing the ADU accessibility. Now, I don't know what council said when they gave direction about making the site accessible to the public. I don't know that that meant a path that could be traveled across Rockhaven when none of the buildings can be entered or occupied because they're in such poor shape. And I do think there are real safety and security issues with having the site available to the public. I would much prefer to see the money go. And I do think that the landscaping issue, like restoring the landscaping, it seems so wonderful and it looks so good. And I think you get the right balance between having drought-tolerant plantings, and I really appreciated Francesca's comment that historic buildings are exempt from that water requirement. But I also would hate to see the rose walk go away. Like I think roses would just be such a characteristic feature of a landscape like that in Southern California. So, and I know that you want to keep them. And I find the landscaping really compelling, but I just think the urgent matter is the condition of those buildings. And I assume that no condition assessment has been done for the buildings as a whole. And I don't know how much it costs to mothball buildings, but there is just huge water intrusion issues. And it's not just through the roof, it's through the windows that have been just completely deteriorated. And so, I mean, and I know that this is a comment that's more for the city, I think, than for you necessarily. But, as much as I admire the work, I worry about those buildings. And I worry about, I don't think Anthony Portantino is going to zoom in here and you say you're misspending the money, but it seemed really clear that this was about the preservation and trying to, not allow the buildings to get to a site where, preservation will become much, much harder or impossible. Maybe if I can throw that out as a starting gambit, I have some other comments, but they're smaller scale. So would that be okay?
So would you like us to comment maybe on what you just said?
Yeah, because I suspect that there are other people who may be concerned about that.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Sure, I could tear off of that. I think your points are really well taken. I too am curious to know, I don't know if this is necessarily council's intention, but one thing that concerns me about this tiered approach, I understand on the surface the need to focus on the museum. It's a big ticket item, it has a lot of public support, but what I worry about is let's say the museum's successful, like they get the museum part done. A lot of times these things go over budget, in ways that are unexpected. And because there's sort of what seems like a tacit tiered approach, what I'm concerned about is that there's a focus on the museum, which I think is fantastic, but I'm concerned that in that focus, I don't want especially point 2 on here to be relegated or sacrificed for point 1 in this tiered approach. And I'm curious to know that if there's still an intention or an understanding that by the time this grant deadline is done, is there an assumption that all 5 of these funding elements that they are going to be met? Or is there some sort of tacit shift in focus to sort of focus on the museum? And if some of these other things happen, great, and if not, because I do agree with Commissioner Yurka that this really has to be about the total campus. There's a lot of preservation issues here, and this grant seems to have been for everything, and I hope that some of these other very important items don't get put to the wayside so just saving one building out of a campus in the long run, I don't think that would be enough, and I think that would be unfortunate, even if it's a fantastic museum with some nice landscape elements. That's tearing off that.
Great. Let's see if anybody else wants to comment on that.
Okay.
I agree. I feel the same way. I have that same concern.
Okay. So, Mark, do you mind addressing sort of his question about the tiering? I guess I have a question sort of about this, and it was going to be directed to you. We get $8 million from the state. We have this beautiful plan in front of us, but this plan hasn't been budgeted yet, right? We have no idea what this particular design will cost, right? It will get sent out for bid later. Is that right?
Well, we'll have an estimate, which we'll present to the council next month. But as you point out, you never know what the official cost is going to be until you put it out to bid. You get the bids. Sometimes they can be divergent. One reason for the tiering is, in case the costs do come back different, we've already built in different price points. If you're to do the project all as one phase and it comes back higher than you expect, you got to go back, value engineer, revisit it. In this situation, at least we provide options to the council. When we go out to bid, we can get different bids. It does provide some flexibility. Our intention is to do tier 1, 2, and 3. So that will provide complete access to the buildings. Hearing some of the comments, one thing I know is that in essence, this site is landlocked. You can't get to these buildings. And again, you don't. And again, I would say a large portion of the community couldn't access these buildings. So as a first step to preserving them, because again, mothballing, and I'll defer to the expert, but my understanding is mothballing is always in temporary condition. There's nothing, buildings deteriorate when they're not being used. And so the direction was get access to the site, get the public back onto the site. So that was a clear direction from the council. So that's why we presented this. But again, it's not to the exclusion of anything else. And as we pointed out at the community meeting last week, this is a phased approach. This isn't the end all. Again, ultimately, there'll be more work that needs to be done.
But if that additional work exceeds the grant we've been given, then it just falls on the city ultimately to budget for it.
Potentially.
Right, because there's this is not a park. I mean, what budget would it even come from? The city just owns this. It's not even a.
Well, there's
part of
also
the park system.
long-term operations costs we need to consider that goes into the ultimate uses. But
Yeah,
again,
what department's budget would this even come from? To the maintenance and future
that would have to be
rehabilitation?
determined. Currently,
right?
It's Parks and Public Works.
It is Park and Public Works at this point.
Currently.
Yeah, but then if it was ultimately rented out, those spaces were ultimately rented out commercially, they're not going to be renting space from the Parks Department, they're renting it. That's where I think some of the challenges with this space is, at least the way I see it, having walked through it. We're going to have now a public museum with a lot of public pathways, and yet we are wanting to encourage future tenancy from we don't know what, because the site was kind of purpose-built for one thing. I don't know that if it was ever put back to a similar use of some type of board and care facility, that having all of these public pathways would suddenly make sense in a facility like that. It seems like that facility would have to be cordoned off from everything else. So I'm kind of going down a bit of a rabbit hole here, but the concern I have with the grant is if this is supposed to be some sort of hierarchy of things, which maybe they shouldn't used any kind of a numbering system. Maybe it should have been bullet points, because it does look like number 2 comes before number 3. The rehabilitation of the buildings, or the mothballing of the buildings, comes before providing all of this access.
Yeah, I can speak to the grant. I mean, there was not an intended hierarchy by that numbering.
Yeah.
So if that's implied, that wasn't the intention. To your one point about kind of the public passageway, I think I'd point out is whatever the ultimate user is, these issues need to be addressed. So we always use this is a baseline to build to, again, the complete renovation of the property. But whatever you do with it, you have to deal with these issues, these site accessibility issues.
And I understand that. You do, yes, you still need to be able to provide access to them for whomever's going to be there. Yes. I guess if we're giving feedback to the city, which is to the council, which is what this is about, right? Mm-hmm. I think my preference would be, well, we don't have an operator for a museum, correct? We would just be building a space and hope that an operator comes in, or is that something the city would ultimately, as part of the library department? Like who?
We don't know. That's a possibility. There could be an obvious operator right now, but we can't address that. We don't know what's going to happen with that.
So we could build out this museum space, and it could also sit fallow for years and years.
We're not building out a museum space. We're building out a shell to accommodate a future museum.
Yes.
Okay, just want to make that clear.
Okay. We're building it in such a way that it would really be great if it was a museum. It could probably be other things, but it would be really great if it was a museum. Everybody wants a museum, but we don't presently have that on deck, right? We don't actually have. I don't know who I'm asking, but we don't actually. This thing isn't going to be done, and a month later we're opening.
We don't have an operator currently. No.
So I guess, and maybe I'm just getting all the way to the end of my comments. I think that I would prefer to see, before we do any modification inside to create a space for a museum that we all would love to have, but we don't presently have a plan in place for, and I think it has the potential of being kind of macabre to have this amazing public space walking through these very sad, deteriorated buildings. I don't know what that says about preservation, to have people walking through these spaces and seeing what coming around one corner looks like a Halloween haunted house in some places.
We're all about hope.
I mean, so I feel like instead of focusing on providing access right now to the entire property, and even building out a museum space right now, since we don't even really have that lined up, I can understand creating a nice space outside and maybe focusing on the section surrounding what will potentially be a museum, making the building watertight, spending as much as we have left of the funds to seal up these other buildings, because if we're going to ultimately, and mothballed, or whatever the right word is for that, before we provide even access around them, get them to a point where if someone is interested in commercially renting this space, they can see that they're buildings they can occupy. I mean, I think anybody walking in there, when I walked in there, I was just sort of put off by the whole experience of the dauntingness of it. Like okay, let's say I want to sign a lease tomorrow on this thing. How much of my expense in tenant improvements am I going to do? And the city's going to do it. It's not even an inviting space the way that it is. And I think the important thing to do with the money as soon as we have it, since we have as much as we have, and I don't think there's a mandate for the city to match anything, right? At this point, that's just a grant we get, all 8 million, right? So my request to council would be that we focus mostly on just restoring the buildings as they are so that they can become commercially viable for whatever it is that we're trying to get. We don't know what that is. And less focused on, we have a beautiful plan for when we're ready to provide access to these spaces, but right now, providing access to what's there seems it just doesn't seem necessary to me. I don't think it sends the right message. So, okay, I think those are my comments. Anybody else want to tie into what they were kind of talking about? I kind of hijacked it, sorry.
Sure, I have one question now for Jay based on what you said. Jay, 7A, review a proposal to rehabilitate the Pines Cottage as a museum and make the site ADA accessible. Is that what we're supposed to vote on tonight? Or are we making any recommendations, or are we just listening?
No, you're not voting tonight. You're making recommendations that are going to go directly to council when we go there in August. We've heard, kind of, if I want to summarize your comments so far, and perhaps there are more, you're concerned about some of the prioritization levels, and you wonder if we're jumping ahead on some things, such as the third tier, ADA, or some of the ADA, or the interior of the museum, and you are asking council to consider taking some of the grant money to put towards some of the other maintenance of the other buildings. At this point, I want to note that some of the work that SWA is proposing is about water intrusion, moving water away from the buildings, dealing with drainage on the site. So that's going to be a huge help. I don't want to be a total Pollyanna. There are issues with water getting into the buildings, but the roofs were the primary source of water intrusion. The heavy-duty tarps that are up there now are not the cheap blue tarps that we see on roofs sometimes that were actually on the buildings at Rockhaven. These are long-term. Mark could talk about whatever their lifespan expectancy is. So the city's not doing things to the other buildings. Obviously, there's more to be done. But some of that, taking your thoughts, if council picks up on that, some money could go toward fixing those windows, fixing other sources of intrusion, securing some of the buildings that are a little more open than they probably should be. So that's my main takeaway. I think you've all shared that main concept.
So to wrap up this agenda item, we would just propose recommendations on how to use the money.
You couldn't talk about anything you want, direction of the proposal. Are you happy with what SWA and the team has prepared? Given that, or are you not happy with it? Because they were given a mission. They don't have a position of saying how the money should be used. They were given, this is the work we're asking from you. And did you think they did a good job of that? Hopefully you do. In addition to that, you can make comments that are going to council about how to prioritize. Maybe the $8 million gets used up now, but the word from the commission, which is similar to the word from the community, is we'd like the city to commit more money over time, or we'd like the city to find other sources for money over time. Obviously, $8 million is not going to solve everything on this site. I hope you guys get that pretty obviously.
And just to tear off of what Commissioner Cognotti has said, so I have two very different thoughts about this, but it's starting to shake out in a certain space. I like what I've seen thus far from SWA and ARG, and I know, but I also know it's preliminary, especially after the conversations I had with you. And I think that needs to be made clear that as long as there's an understanding between council and us that if we are supporting aspects of this, that we understand that this is not the final landscape design or anything. And I feel like that almost should be codified because in the beginning I thought it was until I asked. And I think that I actually this is my concern where I think a little bit differently. I'm a little bit concerned with what is it Mr. Berry? With what Mr. Berry said, I understand the logic of going after this item first. I share the same, I don't want it to cannibalize the other buildings on the property. That's a big concern of mine, and if there's a way that could be codified and anything that goes forward to council from our end, that's a serious concern, that we're not seeing this as an exchange for protecting the other buildings. I think it would be very important to somehow clarify that. I actually like the idea of having walkways that sort of expose, where people can walk by the other buildings. I see it as an interesting marketing opportunity, even if it is a little bit macabre. I think some people may find that kind of interesting somehow. I understand, if I was a potential property owner or tenant, I would be really, really worried about deferred maintenance over time more and more. But at the very least, I do like the idea of being able to walk by those buildings and get a total sense, of the property, provided those details are done right and that landscaping is done right. And it sounds like things are not yet finalized, but I like the idea of exposing that. Where I would be concerned is if doing these landscape elements became so expensive that the buildings weren't maintained and then some of them would be demolished. But I don't know how we resolve that now, other than to say that it's a real concern. But I support a lot of what I saw tonight, understanding that this is preliminary. And with the understanding that none of us want to see anything else building-wise cannibalized for the sake of trying to honor point one before the other points.
Thank you.
Yep.
So does that mean that you agree with the chair about not working out the museum space?
Right. So in terms of I wasn't even thinking about that, but in terms of the museum space, I'm really glad that you asked, because I had no inkling either way whether there was somebody lined up for the museum or not. I know there's been a lot of desire to have a museum, but until tonight, I don't know how far off we are from having someone in there. I think that, I don't know how we codify this either with what we need to move forward with tonight. I support the idea of a museum being in there, but I think that at a certain point, and it's probably going to come down to details, if we don't know who's going to be in there yet or what that museum's going to look like, other than to try to encourage preservation of materials, perhaps some of these bathroom elements that were brought up, maybe it's not the best idea to go too far into the woods when we don't even know what kind of museum that's going to be, or if it's going to end up being a Starbucks or what. I hope not. I don't want that. But let's hope for the best with the museum. But the fact that we have nobody lined up, that is a little concerning. And I think it's great that the city's supportive of the intention. The community clearly wants a museum in there, and I think we're all for that too, as opposed to something else. But if there is a way, all of this points back to my concern that I don't want too much budget spent on a museum, on details of the museum that may or may not be happening, and perhaps some of the other landscape elements I just don't want it to be at the cost of preserving the other buildings. I think as important as the landscape is, and it's severely important on this property, I also think that those buildings are a big part of what make it, even the smaller ones. And I would hope that if there are walkways from the other side, I think it could be enticing to people to see what this is, and knowing that the maintenance isn't, that these are not too far gone. If they're not, and I hope they're not, then perhaps that would be exposure or marketing to get people interested in the other buildings.
Well, I believe it's written somewhere in the slide deck, but my understanding is that a big part of the rationale for the accessibility is prospective tenants and showing them that there's a way to get to, that's all been taken care of, and that the focus that they would need to really worry about would be the building, not everything else attached to the property.
The interior. Their focus would be on the interior of the building.
The future tenants.
Well, someone's got to worry about the exteriors too.
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I think what I was going to say to that, I think, yes, I get where you're coming from, show that there's access and then get people excited about the potential of the buildings. I think we can also show them that we have a beautiful plan for access, and that because even just saving the buildings at this point, there's still a long road after that. Certainly with tenant improvements, we have no idea who would be in there. They're going to need to do a lot of work inside. So I think we can, in the same way, so we put in beautiful pathways and we still have these buildings that have tarps on them and they seriously are run down. We're asking potential future tenants to use their imagination on how great these buildings will be. I think we can also do that with the pathways. If it saves money to help restore them, we can say, and by the way, yes, we have a plan for pathways. We're going to do all of this. We just need to know you're going to pay us $5 million a month for the next 20 years.
This is why we have a tiered proposal for the ADA, and council will be able to.
Can you put the tiered proposal back up just so we can see it again? Thank you.
And I should just say, and Mark may want to correct me or jump in, with the budget that we have from the grant, council has asked for this project. You're suggesting them deviate from that to some degree, all with very reasonable and good comments, but I just want you to know they're also going to be looking at a cost estimate when they consider this, and they may decide to move forward with the project as proposed. But one of the key things that we're hearing from you and from the community is more money, more funding, more needs to be done. And that's clear. And the idea of, shifting dollars around, they may very well decide to do that.
So is there not a lot of flexibility in this design then in terms of what council's approving?
Well, they're the tiers for the ADA access. There's flexibility in the extent of the landscaping and what's done there. And there's flexibility in the museum interior. I think restoring the exterior of the Pines Cottage hopefully gets your full support.
Yes,
I imagine
absolutely.
it does.
Yes.
And the work inside is going to be, if we're expecting a small museum operator to come in and say, okay, we've got this shell for you, but we didn't air condition it, we didn't secure it, we didn't do this or that, I think we're working backwards. So I think a lot of the proposal is, something that City Council will likely want to move forward with, and I think we can recommend. Things like, do we have to remove the interior partitions from the rooms or have the smaller display rooms? That's something that is flexible and could go in different directions without a huge cost implication.
One thing I do like about this tiered approach, and one thing that's a little bit of a concern, is I would hate to, sort of throw this back and not support it at all, and then suddenly almost be back at square one or square zero and have all of our ideas and preferences totally diluted among we all know we want to save the campus, no doubt, but one thing I do like about the tiered approach is there's something that will be concrete that's coming up then some first step is getting done, as opposed to waiting another 2 years or overthinking it too much. I do understand the logic of the tiered approach, and those are the things I do like about the tiered approach. It's just, I would hate to have the tier phase one go over budget at the sort of at the loss of everything else, but I trust that's not going to happen.
Really?
I don't know. I'm hopeful.
Shocking.
Sorry, I wanted to ask a question if I could. So the proposal now is to have access at all 3 entrance points, not just to get a path that ends at like Honolulu or the other street.
Yeah,
So
so-
there would be ingress and exit.
Yeah, so the objective at the base of the project is to open up gate access from all three streets.
Okay.
And then get pedestrian access to the museum from all three of those entry points.
Can I ask a quick question? Maybe I should have asked this before. Why is there a focus on so many different access points for the museum?
To the property for the museum?
Yeah, to the property for the museum. If clearly, I mean, Hermosa Avenue seems like it's the closest. Why have multiple from all kinds of different spots?
I think it's important to note that those are all the existing points of access to the site currently. There is the main entrance off of Honolulu. There is a driveway and a small parking lot, though it's not part of the scope. It's the white area. And there is a gate on Pleasure Way. So again, the intent is to get access onto the site. Eventually, you can work your way to the museum. But really, it's to provide a site access.
I just want to know the intention.
We're utilizing the existing access points.
Thank you.
I guess I just want to make one final comment about the museum build-out. You mentioned, we should have a space that has air conditioning and all of these things ready for a potential museum tenant. The City of Glendale is the property owner and landlord of this property. And I understand where you're coming from. Yes, you want to have all of these services in place. But if we put in an air conditioning system that sits there for 3 years until we find someone to put in a museum, it just seems like it's a little bit of the cart being put before the horse. When I rented a space a few years back, it had no air conditioning. We had to put that in because it was part of our tenant improvements. The city should be partnering with its future tenants to work on tenant improvements and things like that. So do you understand where I'm getting from?
I understand your point. I'd like to note that I actually worked on the Museum of Neon Art, where the city rehabbed the building and paid for all the tenant improvements. Typically, a museum is going to be a nonprofit. I think you can speak to it, but generally it's going to be a kind of a tight budget. So we do have a precedent with the Museum of Neon Art where they had a ready-made space. So to expect the museum operator to come in and undertake these large TI improvements may be a bit too much.
No, that's not what I meant.
Okay.
I did intend for the city to pay for the tenant improvements, but not until we need them.
A later date.
Yeah, when we know we've got what's going in there. Then we work with the tenant to say, what do you need? We're your landlord. This is our property. We'll make the improvements for you. Sign this contract for 100 years. You're going to run this museum, so we know we can get it back a little bit over time. But I'm concerned with building it when there are so many other things that need to happen there. To build this one thing out, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to impugn the beautiful design. You guys did a great job. It's an amazing thing, and I think any museum company out there should run at the opportunity. But I don't even know what a museum company is. I don't even know who that is. And that's my concern, is that we're going to put all of this money in this thing, and it's just going to continue to collect dust, and everything else is just going to continue to deteriorate. So those would be my, hopefully, final comments on that. Anybody else? Jeffrey, did you have anything further you want to say? No. Catherine, you were kind of still in the middle of some stuff.
Yeah, I do have a few additional comments, and Jay, I wanted to say that I wouldn't, when you present our views to council, I wouldn't lean too heavily on like the fact that number 2 in the grant agreement is, protect the other buildings from deterioration. I think that's just a priority that we have regardless of whether it's number 1 or number 5. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Oops, I'm sorry, I just lost my. One issue that came up at the community meeting was concerns about the aesthetic impacts and historic resource impacts of some of the ADA changes. And I understand that certainly, many of them need to be made. It's also the right thing to do. But I do think that there is an opportunity for us to not be so draconian in terms of, for example, having railings on both, like when you see what the addition of railings does to some of those landscaping elements, there really is a significant impact there. And there is a state historical building code safety commission that can say, no, you don't need railings on both sides. I would say that it was very difficult to tell from the renderings what the impact to the front of the museum to having a duplicative ADA accessible entrance would be, but I would say, like, why not have one? I mean, $8 million is not a lot of money, as we all know. And, you know, I think the big issue here for me is that it would have been nice for us to be weighing in on this and discussing some of these things. I totally understand it's council's decision and it's tied to, you know, a very large and generous grant, but, you know, I think it would have behooved the project and the city if we had shared these thoughts earlier. But I do think that that we can create a safe space, an accessible space, without following every single kind of fail-safe, and also stripping away the excess, like 2 ADA accessible units that that I think would be, that's my penultimate point. And then the last one is, I know the museum is a contentious subject, and I know that it's all very preliminary, that what you're doing is like a typology, and I appreciate that. I just think that in your initial kind of mission statement, the very general statement, it has to have the word women in it. It's not the people who lived in Rock Haven, it's the women. And, you know, I know, and I agree that there can be opportunities to showcase people who worked there, as well as the clients and residents. But I think this is a women's sanitarium, and I just think that's essential in how this is described.
Thank you. Anyone else? We're good? Jay, you got our notes?
Bet Ryan does. I have a lot, but.
Okay. All right, well then I guess we can move on, yes? You feel good? Jay, we can move on?
Yeah, would you like a break, or?
I was thinking, well, we would do the last bit and then go on break so that Catherine can leave.
Okay, perfect.
So we're going to skip ahead to Community Development Department updates, item number 8. And then, yes, we will be taking a break. Thank you, Rock Haven folks, for all your hard work.
Very good, Mr. Barry. Thank you. Thank everyone for staying.
Okay. I have brief updates focused on upcoming HPC and community meetings regarding our historic districts, and also upcoming city council meetings on a similar subject. So I'll kind of go, first just, we mentioned Rock Haven, and it's on the 20th. Mark corrected me.
August 20th.
Because we've been going back and forth. So August 20th, council will be considering the presentation that you saw tonight. We'll be considering what we heard from the community and what we heard from you tonight, and we will see what happens. And if you want to tune in or join, you should. Coming back to an HPC focus, we have 2 applications for historic districts that have been sitting for a while. We have identified this being a good time to move forward. By moving forward with historic district applications under the new streamlined process, we will be able to apply the historic district guidelines to future work if HPC decides to move forward, that these applications appear to have enough information to suggest that they're potentially eligible for designation. So on August 15th, we're going to have, and you may remember from our discussion in the streamlining, we're going to have a joint meeting. It starts with a community forum, which is a more informal setting than what you're doing at the dais right now, but it's still going to be in this room. So as informal as we can make this room, we're going to do that. It's going to be similar to all of our previous historic district community meetings. Staff will lead a presentation about the nomination, about what is a historic district? Why do we do this? Why do people want them? Why might people not want them? What does it mean to property owners if a district is created? So kind of a general information, and then kind of a Q&A session with whoever's in attendance. It's going to be broadcast on GTV6. We'll be able to take calls as well as have people in the audience. It's going to be recorded for people who just want to look at it later. So, so it's an exciting development in both our technology and then the streamlining process. Yes, Daniel?
This will be at 5?
Yeah. Yeah, we were jumping around, like, should we push this back to 6? But I don't know how long this is going to go. So this time we're going to start at 5, and hopefully everyone will be able to join us.
This is our monthly meeting also.
It is. I was trying to tie it to our monthly meeting. We've moved some other work some other items for you to the September hearing. On that note, yes, we're moving other items to the September hearing, and then the Cleveland Knoll singular district proposal will be heard as of now on October 17th, which is another regular meeting for the commission. And same format, same everything, same notices go out to everyone. And the second part of both of these meetings is the formal HPC hearing, at which you determine, does this application meet the requirements for suggesting we move forward? If you vote yes on one or both of those, we're then authorized to go out and look for a consultant to do the surveys for both districts. Interestingly, this ties into another of my updates tonight.
Are you moving on from 8A?
What's that?
Are you moving on from 8A?
No, I'm
Okay,
still.
I have a speaker card for 8A.
Okay, yeah, this is all 8A.
All part of 8A, okay.
Well, actually, let me refresh my memory. What is 8A? Yes, all
Still
on
part of
8A.
Okay, thank you.
As I've mentioned a few times, and you probably remember, council authorized that we move forward with more historic resource surveys for broad swaths of the city. So we're looking at the east portion of Glendale, the west. We're kind of combining those, looking at east-west Glendale, which takes us from the 134 freeway, which is the boundary line of the South Glendale survey. We're going to go north from there up until where Spar Heights and Montecito Heights kind of begin. And then North Glendale is going to be from that line at Spar Heights, Montecito Heights, up to the San Gabriel Mountains, everything in the city. Both of those are going to consist of a historic context for those specific areas. There'll be some general overlap between these historic contexts in terms of broad city history, but then they'll stay focused on these areas. And when we did North Glendale Community Plan many years ago, we did an in-house context, which is decent, but it doesn't follow the kind of format of the context that we're looking for. So we're going to have the consultant do a historic context update and survey for North Glendale. The great news here is that when we go to council on the 27th of August, as of now, and council dates tend to bounce around, we're asking for authorization to enter into a professional services agreement with Architectural Resources Group, which we did an RFP for the survey for all three of these survey areas. And we received 2 bids. The other bidder was a firm that does preservation work, but they don't have experience doing survey work. Their bid came in lower in cost, but the experience of both the firm and staff indicated to us that we should move with the other. And the interesting thing is ARG will be partnering with Historic Resources Group, which they've done several times on other surveys, I know. So they're going to be kind of dividing up the work. And what we're going to be presenting to council is that we add on a little bit to the budget that was identified for the surveys, so that these firms who are already going to be looking at the Verdugo Woodlands and Cleveland Knoll, they can have part of their staff team work then on taking those initial surveys and doing the historic district survey. And as you know, historic district surveys are somewhat different from broader historic resource surveys. So it's really, if council approves this and the money's already in the community development budget, or I think almost all of the money, if not all of it, I have to double check on that. So we're not taking any additional general fund money. So this is really a request just to authorize a contract. So it's really exciting that, we've got a lot going on, and Ani can't be more excited to have joined us at this point, because it's going to be a ton of stuff going on.
Okay, I'd like to call my speaker.
That's it? Yeah, comments?
Yes, Alan Dish.
Historic Commission, good evening again. I'm going to quickly deliver this and leave. I was interested in historic districts, and so I read the Wikipedia. Allow me just to read an entry and why I think it's nice that we have these districts. It says, In 1966, the federal government created the National Register of Historic Places soon after the U.S. Conference of Mayors had stated Americans suffer from rootlessness. And so it goes on. They recommended historic preservation to help give Americans a sense of orientation. The creation of the National Register of Historic Places in '66 helped instill that sense of orientation the mayor sought, end of quote. So for me, you know, we have Brand Park, the Verdugo Mountains. They can only exist against the background of historic districts. I would say we should turn it around. It's not that first we have the historic buildings and then the districts. No, we create the districts, which then create the background for all those historic buildings. One more point, I'm sorry to do this, but about the building we're in today, which was also built in '66. Did you notice something interesting that why it's so unique? Besides the architecture, of course, did you walk into the elevator like I did today and notice it begins the first floor with G for ground floor? Now, most elevators in the US, as far as I'm aware, are not like this. They begin with 1, whereas in Europe, it's ground. And I asked some friends, why is this? There's a philosopher from Europe, Slavoj Žižek, who says that in Europe, they know that in order to start counting, you need some kind of base of shared norms, I don't know, shared background, while in America, we're a bit more arrogant. We think we can start from 1. But that's the beauty, that this building, which we're in today here, Glendale, has an elevator which accounts for this base of like a shared space. And okay, you'll say it's a void, 4 pillars, and so that's all I want to say. Thank you, and have a good evening. No, one more thing.
Oh, sorry, one more thing.
I was reading The History of Forgetting, Los Angeles and the Erasure of Memory. And I can go on. There's this one, Goodbye History, Hello Hamburger, from the Brand Library, that I appreciate so much, this group you have here, and have a good evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you. Good night. Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, Alan, I can address your ground floor question.
Of course.
You will find elevators in the United States that have a G for ground floor, and many that have a first floor. The reason is, are there businesses or tenants on that first floor? If there are tenants, it's a 1.
I see.
If there are no tenants, it's a G.
So there's nothing on
I didn't know this.
on this
Yeah.
lowest floor.
There's no conspiracy.
No, I wasn't implying, but I'm Armenian, maybe I think along those lines.
Why
I'm sorry.
I know stuff like that, I don't know, but there's your answer.
Thank you. And Mr. Doom, you were my history teacher. You still are. So.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, you want to, really quick, August 15th, this big meeting you talked about.
Yes.
You explain again, is it an HPC meeting or is it not? We're here, but we're not?
You are here for the entire thing, hopefully. First part, community meeting. What, I'm sorry?
We said except me.
And me. But we'll talk about that after. I think you sent out an email
Verdugo
about that.
Woodlands?
Yeah.
Chris?
For August 15th?
Oh, you're out of town?
Yeah, I thought
Okay.
you sent an email about that.
Okay, then we'll have 3 commissioners. We have a quorum, that's fine.
Okay.
So August 15th, yeah, fine.
That's why I was asking.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure if it was a full meeting or not, but it is a full
Yeah.
meeting. And then some.
But there's an expectation, a hopeful expectation that the commissioners be present for the community forum. You're not going to have an official role. You'll be introduced so that people know you're in the room. You can sit in the audience. I'd rather you guys not sit at the dais, obviously, just the vibe that, and it's the vibe that you guys requested when we started thinking about this process. And then we'll probably take a break, and then we'll shift. You'll move to the dais, and it'll be a more formal hearing.
Got it.
So,
Okay.
But both are going to be televised, both will be recorded, all that.
8B, please. 8B, please. Item 8B.
Oh, I forgot,
Let's do
yes.
it.
You may recall a proposal you reviewed 2 months ago, I believe, at 1239 Rossmoyne Avenue for an addition at the rear of the house. There was also a request to change all the windows and to enclose the front balcony at the second floor. The owner actually appealed your decision, not in its entirety, but focusing on the windows and the enclosure of the balcony. And that is going to City Council, I believe on the 27th also. Is that right?
August
No, right? Our expert case planner is with us? August 13th. I've got these dates all messed up, but August 13th. And again, these things bounce around with council, so you don't need to do anything. I just wanted you to be aware of
And
it.
his specific request, you said, was just the windows and the enclosure of the balcony.
Yeah, he's not arguing against the addition.
What we approved.
What's that?
What we approved.
Right, well, and it is a de novo hearing, so council could open up other parts of this story. So.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah.
we're back. Welcome back, everybody. We are going to move on to our second item of new business, 7B, 1916 Neo-Drawer Drive, design review of proposed fence, pool, and hardscape and landscape alterations. We have a presentation.
I do. Good evening,
Milka,
Commissioners.
welcome.
Hi, thank you. So as you indicated, this case is located at 1916 Neo-Drawer Drive. The property, the site is located on the east side of Neo-Drawer between Hillside Drive. Yes.
Sorry, I just have to, there, GTV got it, sorry.
We're good?
Yes, thank you, Milka.
So as indicated, the site is located on the east side of Neo-Drawer Drive between Hillside Drive and Fernbrook Place. The site is approximately 14,389 square feet. As you notice on the top left slide, this is the view of the house as viewed and oriented towards the backyard. So the rear yard faces Neo-Drawer Drive. That is the natural orientation of the house. However, the east facade is facing the alley, which is depicted on the bottom left corner of the slide. That image is facing the alley. It is technically the front facade of the house. So again, as we continue this dialogue, I will make reference to the rear yard and the balconies. The balconies are the ones facing the backyard, oriented towards the street. And moving along to the next slide. So again, a little bit about the property itself. The existing property, again, it's in a historic district. The Historic Resources Survey from 2014 was conducted for this district and identified the subject site. And the existing house is a contributor to the district and eligible for local listing or designation for, again, the California Historic Resources Status Code 5D1. The zone is R1. It's a low-density residential in the historic district, floor area ratio District 1, again, in the Neo-Drawer district, and we already discussed the lot size. So we'll go to the next slide, which discusses a little bit more about the property, including the existing development. The property is developed with a 3-story, approximately 3,000 square foot single-family house with an attached garage, 547 square feet. The house was built in 1941. Access to the main entry to the house and the garage is facing and accessible from the alley to the east. And the orientation, again, we discussed that. The rear of the house is oriented towards the backyard and facing Neo-Drawer. The setback, approximately the street front setback from the front property line to the house is approximately 121 feet, so it's very generous. And on-site character defining features, as noted in the DPR, we have the existing protected oak trees, approximately 4 trees. We also have a California sycamore tree located on the northeast side of the property. There is a dry stone stream bed running horizontally in the middle of the property, and then stone ponds, as well as wood footbridges, stone retaining walls, and a stone curb along the west property line, a stone footpath, and stone and concrete steps. So we'll move on to the next slide. This particular image is included in your packets. I thought it would be a neat idea to include it also as part of the presentation. It seems like a laundry list of things if I were to go through each bullet point in terms of what they are proposing to do, but because that's what we're reviewing today, that's what I'm going to do. So in terms of what's being proposed is remove the existing 3-foot-high chain link fence. It's located within the city's right-of-way at the front of the property adjacent to the street. They're going to install a 6-foot-high wrought iron fence with an entry gate set back approximately exactly 5 feet from the street front property line, spanning the entire width of the property along Neo-Drawer Drive. I'll go into a little bit further detail. There's some history regarding the fence, but that will come soon after this slide. They're proposing to infill the existing concrete dry stream bed and the ponds with a sunken garden, creating, again, vegetated sunken garden. and infiltration system. They are proposing existing rocks that outline that perimeter of the stream bed, and the ponds will be preserved, providing that decorative edge or lip, if you will, along the stream bed. They're proposing to remove and replace 2 existing wood bridges, construct a new swimming pool towards the center of the flat portion of the lot between the house and the stream bed. They're proposing a new flagstone decking around the swimming pool area, construct a new 5-foot-high pool equipment enclosure with a wood finish, new drought-tolerant landscaping throughout the rear yard, a new 8-foot-high metal pergola with a canvas shade cover, removing and replacing existing flagstone walkways around the house. They're proposing new flagstone of similar appearance. They're proposing new flagstone walkway leading from the new entry from Nero Gerard Drive, but the new entry is going to be a little bit further north from where it's currently at. So we will look at that a little more clearly on the site plan, and they're proposing to install, which we already talked about, a seasonal rain, I should say more like a sunken garden featuring, again, gravel and then river rock boulders at the north end of the stream bed. And the existing historic stone retaining walls and all the trees will be preserved, and also the existing walkway, flagstone walkway along the south side will also be preserved. Okay, so now in terms of the site planning, this image shows the depiction of the existing proposed landscaping that they're proposing, and the proposed site plan. So in terms of landscaping, new drought-tolerant landscaping, which ranging from moderate to very low water usage. They're proposing, again, throughout the rear yard. All existing trees on the site, including the protected trees, will be preserved. The new vegetated sunken garden will fill the existing dry stream bed and the ponds. They're retaining their shape and grade level stone perimeter. They're also in the stream bed. They will, one note I want to make is regarding the stream bed, the infill could be removed if the stream were ever to return in the future. I'll mention that again later, so I'll be a little, I just want to emphasize that. And then that's another reason why staff is, in support of that change, because it could come back to its original state in the future if they so wish in the future. Other plantings will also complement the property in the neighborhood, again, with their rich landscape palette. Moving on to the next slide, a continuation of some of the changes. We've talked about the flagstone paved walkways that are proposed along the northwest side of the property. They will provide access from the street from Nero Gerard Drive to the rear yard. They're proposing the new flagstone pavers proposed around the new pool deck and around the pergola area, and on the new walkway along the north side. And then I have the sample palette is being passed around, which gives a little, more hands-on feel and texture of the materials. Is there a question, or we good? Okay. Great. In terms of the existing flagstone, we just talked about that along the south side. That will remain in its current form, texture, finish, etc. So a lot of the changes in terms of the flagstone will take place further away from the street, with the exception, of course, of the new one along the northerly side or portion of the lot. And in terms of the new fence and the entry gate that are being proposed, that location is going to be, right now it's in the right-of-way. It's a 3-foot-high chain link fence, and some of the images that I've included show its current condition around the oaks. So there's a reason why the applicant is proposing to remove that existing dilapidated fence, and they're proposing the new fence, 6-foot-high fence and gate, set back 5 feet from the street front property line. That fence with was established by way of the approval of a variance, meaning the location of the fence. The design of the fence, that's why the commission here today will be reviewing the design and weighing in on the design itself of the fence. But in terms of the location, that's already been established by way of the variance being approved. Setback 5 feet from the property line. So moving along, in terms of the location of the fence is located on a flatter portion of the front portion of the lot, and the placement also provides, it avoids disturbing the existing protected oak trees and the stone retaining walls, again, which are character-defining historic features of the property. And I've discussed the fence itself. Oh, I do want to mention a little bit about the material of the fence. So it's going to be metal. And the fence, again, in terms of the height, is 6 feet high. The gate itself is what's going to be ornate. Behind the fence, and I'll go in, I may be a little redundant because I have another slide dedicated to the gate itself, but I wanted to mention that they are proposing behind the gate a mesh, a metal mesh, and the staff has some comments. Yes, that is the one. Behind the gate itself. Correct. And in terms of the fence, it's more just vertical straight pickets, about, I want to say 3/4 inch by 3/4 inch pickets, vertical iron pickets. The steel entry gate features more of a custom ornamental design, which appropriately matches the existing steel railings on the house. And there's another image that I have further in the slides. We will be able to see that. However, the entry, again, I just mentioned that the gate features a perforated metal mesh behind the ornamental steel design. Staff is recommending that, for purposes of better enhancing that simple design of the new fence, staff would suggest a condition to introduce some minor ornamental details, which could, again, complement, but not too ornamental. We don't want to take away either from the design, obviously, of the house or anything like that. But a design that would complement the ornamentation design of the new gate and the existing balcony railings that the applicant is proposing to integrate with. So let's just move on to the next slide. And then a little bit more on the fence and the gate. We talked a little bit more, we talked already a little bit about the fence, but in terms of the gate, again, I'm just emphasizing the same point, that the gate features a perforated metal mesh behind the ornamental steel, and then staff would suggest that no metal mesh be proposed, and mainly to avoid limiting or inhibiting that transparency or limiting visibility from the one side through the lot, or through the fence, if you will. So that's one of our suggested conditions. In terms of the dry stream bed in the ponds, let me go back.
Do the commissioners know the history of the Niobrara stream bed? Are you familiar? It did flow.
I remember it when it was in Verdugo Park, and we would go.
Yeah, and I'm
hunt
just
for things,
asking
but-
now, this would be, if you want to hear that, we could talk about it so you understand what's going on, or we could do that later, so.
Let's do it later.
Later?
Well, we do want to know, but we'll do it later.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, unless it's part of this, well, we'll do that part later. Talk about it, and then we'll talk about why it's important later.
The dry stream bed in the ponds are actually lined with concrete and rather than stone, and with the stone being featured only at the upper portion of these features. The proposal will retain these materials in their existing locations and configurations. And then again, we've talked about they will be proposing to infill that dry stream bed and the ponds with the sunken garden, but keep those, a new drainage system underneath, and then they will keep those existing stones along the perimeter. That'll be existing to remain. And we've talked about that the dry stream bed will again, will be infilled with the soil, with the drainage infrastructure and the plants, creating, again, that sunken gardens. But again, if the owners don't wish to maintain it in the future, it could be reversed. And that's the main reason why staff, that's one of the reasons why staff would support the work, because it is reversible, so they could restore it back to its original form or status. In terms of the bridges, the 2 bridges exist currently on the property, 2 wood bridges. There's a long, relatively flat bridge that crosses a wide pond area along the north side, and then there's a short, slightly arched bridge that crosses the stream bed closer to the south property line. The bridge on the property's north side will be replaced with a man-made slab and reconstructed with,
I think you're getting some objection.
okay. Okay.
Just
We'll
review-
go back.
Okay.
And then we'll go back to the slide, because that's how maybe I read it on the plans, but we can.
Just so we understand, the bridge to the north is not being kept.
Correct.
And the bridge to the south is being replaced with a new bridge.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I don't even know which item was that I said incorrectly, so,
We've got it. You
Okay.
can go on from bridges.
okay. Should I move on from bridges? Okay, let's move on from bridges.
We're going to get over it, as they say.
Yes, let's go. That's a good one. No pun intended. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I love it. Okay, so we are going to move on to the pool. And that's pretty straightforward. So the proposal, again, is to construct a new swimming pool towards the center of the lot, which is more flat, more appropriate relating to the topography. It's I want to say it's approximately 75 feet or so away from the street front property line, meaning the start of the pool, and it would not be interrupting the dry stream bed. So they've designed it in such a way that, again, it would not compromise the stream bed that's there now. The size, it's already in your packet, so I don't need to go into too much detail. And again, the pool features a stone edge coping and features flagstone decking around the new swimming pool area. Moving on to the pergola. A simple steel shade structure. It's earth tone color canvas, awning appropriately integrating with the site and the vegetation. Metal columns, cross beams, about 8 feet high, so it's pretty straightforward. If there's anything in particular that you want me to emphasize, but it's located along the south side of the property on a flat paved flagstones portion of the lot. No. And lastly, staff recommends approval of the project with some conditions which are listed in your report. One, to redesign the fence, we've already talked about that, to introduce a more simple design element to help, again, avoid the proposed kind of off-the-shelf looking appearance of the fence. And then we talked about the gate in terms of keeping more of a sense of transparency, so omitting the mesh attached behind the gate. And introduce lighting throughout the property, so it needs to be clearly depicted on the drawings to be complementary of the site, the historic nature of the property and the house, of course, and to comply with all of urban forestry conditions outlined in their memo. We do have correspondence, and we forwarded that to you from the public. We have letters in support and some that have raised some opposition as well. And with that, that would conclude my presentation, but I know if Jay has anything that.
Well,
would like
based on questions, we may have other images to share. I just did want to, for condition 2, we learned more recently that if the mesh is on the gate, because the gate itself, through its design, is a climbing hazard, and this is a security fence also for the pool, So we would recommend, rather than say, okay, the mesh is fine, we'd rather see the gate be redesigned if that were the case, so that we don't have mesh on the back of this gate or fence.
Instead of saying yes to mesh, it's redesign the gate so it's not a climbing hazard.
That's what we would recommend. So we would have reworded that, but we didn't have a chance.
Got it. I just have a question about the presentation. Can you pull up the landscaping plan as it relates to the gate and the fence on Neodora Drive? Specifically, are the plants that will be used already, that image right there?
Oh, that
That's
one?
a good one.
Okay.
So looking at that hand drawing at the top, I guess, can you tell me, in that area, are the plants specifically named that will be in that area?
I believe they are. I'll need to look back at the landscape plan, but I think also the applicant's going to touch on that.
Okay, we'll open that up in just a minute. Okay. Okay, anybody else have questions on the presentation?
Yeah, on that particular slide. Thank you. You're welcome. On that same slide, the lower right with the red line on it,
Yes.
that's the fence you propose or they propose?
They propose.
And you recommend no?
No,
The height.
the height
height.
basically just depicts 6 feet in red, if that's what you're referring to.
They would like a different design on the gate, the fence, if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
I could try to describe, and we don't have a prescriptive recommended design, but the idea would be, we think this looks a little like you could go to the depot and put this fence up. We don't want this to be an elaborate or ornate fence. Transparency is the number one goal and concern on our part. What we were picturing is if there was a secondary horizontal down from the top, 4 inches or so, and then the vertical pickets, every third or fourth picket would rise up to that, so there'd be a rectangular openings across the top. It's a design we've seen on lots of other fences, super simple. It's not mimicking the railings of the house, but it gives a little more detail. So that's
Again,
all
we might be faced with climbing hazards things with that, too,
It
right?
would be above the 5-foot level.
Above 5 feet, okay.
So
I thought
I'm
you said
not
4.
sure, but if it were, we would.
Scrap.
Yeah, well.
Got it.
Jay, you just mentioned transparency. Is the idea here that some of this will be maintained visible from the public right-of-way?
That they can see
I
through it.
believe that's the applicant's goal, and I think the plantings will allow some transparency. but
As
the
opposed
opposite-
to it's not, as opposed to like total privacy or enclosure?
We can't guarantee that the plants aren't going to grow up over time and hide things, but Neodora is well-known for how high the plants are along the course of that street, so.
Okay, any other questions about the report? Okay, do you want to tell us about the stream real quick?
Just in terms of the history of the stream, this neighborhood, the stream was more extensive back in the teens when this area started getting developed, and it was a major selling point, how picturesque. And when you see the old pictures, and we'll see those when you're reviewing things for the Woodlands Historic District, but the focus of the Neodora Drive Historic District was the fact that it followed the stream bed. So the stream bed's a key character-defining feature, along with the trees of the entire neighborhood. Originally, it was a naturally fed stream. That went away as the water table dropped. The city started pumping water into the stream from, the Glorietta pump number 2, one of the pumping stations over there was pumping city water into the stream. It became an issue in terms of state law where ratepayers need to be treated equally by the utilities, and the city was subsidizing a feature that theoretically might be seen as a property value enhancer. So the city stopped pumping water into the stream. It's now dry. Some people keep water features there with recirculating water system. Some are dry. The current owners do not want to have a recirculating system, and because it dries out, but then it sometimes fills up with rain, and we have stagnant water sitting there, they proposed the infill, and we worked with them to make sure that the infill was reversible. In terms, like Milka had told you, that in the future, a future owner or even the current owners, if they change their mind, will easily be able to restore the stream bed. It also is designed in a way that there is still natural flow going between the properties that are along the stream bed. So there'll be some French drains in there that will hopefully accommodate any kind of flow through there.
And then Jay, this question is for you. I'm looking at page 2 of the DPR form. Under character defining features, site and landscape, it calls out the stone stream bed, calls out the following as character defining features: the stone stream bed, the stone ponds, of which there are 4, wood footbridges, of which there are 2, stone retaining wall adjacent to the west elevation of the house, and the stone curb on the west property line. Do you agree with that finding of each of those things being character defining features?
I believe with all of them except for the bridges, which when we've explored the site, I've looked at the bridges pretty carefully. We do have a few pictures. The bridges are not just to my eye, I'm 100% positive they're not original features. In a district, we look at the period of significance of the properties. And the period of significance for this property is 1941. These bridges do not date to 1941. They certainly don't date to the early stream bed history. I don't know when they were built. They were built quite cheaply. The workmanship isn't very good. I question even, and it looks like they were built at the same time. They're pretty much identical in terms of their how the wood's put together. It's very amateurish. A 1941 design. This house is very crisp and very well designed. The woodwork on this is haphazard. Surfaces, you could tell someone just took a sander, maybe even a belt sander, and kind of create curves that are awkward. And that helped us, because originally we were like, it's on the DPR form. We usually take the DPR form as, this is character defining, but we also know that this was a reconnaissance survey. It's always subject to further verification when you have more information. So these surveys are living things. When we know more about something, we can adjust our viewpoint accordingly. So what we thought about this is that, and especially the bridge, the long bridge, is very strange in its position. It actually spans a lot of just dirt. And there are these two concrete pathways that have a V shape, a shallow V, as if they're drainage channels as much as they're walkways, leading to the bridge on each side. One of them's at a higher level than the bridge, so there's so much weird stuff going on with these that we looked at the proposal from the applicant to kind of use wood for the new bridge, so the deck is going to be wood. The railings are going to be simple. I think they're just going to be tensioned wire railings. Or no, they're just going to be, I think, simple steel railings. And the simplicity of that seemed like a good way to go when we don't know. We know there was originally a bridge on the south side because the walkway leading from the gate where the tree has eaten into it goes straight, and the bridge is right there. So that is, to me, clearly the natural original crossing point. And they're proposing a new bridge there. So in our analysis, we thought, do we have the bridge? Yeah, a simple bridge design will kind of recede. It's not going to read of any one period or another, yet it retains kind of materials that tie it to it. We don't even need to tie it to the current bridge, but it's likely an original bridge might have been wood of some sort.
I was just about to ask, like, in this district that's centered around this stream and this landscape feature, are there other examples of small footbridges like this on other properties that we're aware of?
I think there might be a couple of original bridges. Some of the properties are so hidden by the foliage that I don't know. I know there's more original stuff than we can see. There's the property at Wabasso and Niobrara, which is a 1950s mid-century, very simple kind of low-slung box, has a kind of a Asian-influenced arched bridge. We know through, I could call it oral history, just the testimony of the daughter of the man who built the house, that her father was very interested in Asian decorative arts. So he actually built these 2 decorative panels that he put on either side of the garage that weren't originally there. And he also brought this kind of arched Chinese-looking, or Japanese, I'm not sure, probably both.
For this house?
No, this is the other house. That's the only bridge that I can think of, but I don't know all of the bridges of
Were there other
Neodra
ones
County.
like with that faux bois, like that concrete trouble?
There was a lot of faux bois in the neighborhood that's largely, if not completely, missing. I'd have to go back through the designation report.
Okay, and then as for the other items on that list that I read, the rest of them are proposed to remain, correct? The stone stream bed, the stone ponds, the stone retaining wall, and the stone curb. They're all meant to be maintained, just so we're clear.
Along with the trees.
The trees, yes.
Obviously, the stream bed is going to be altered through its infill, but we felt that was an appropriate solution for an owner who doesn't want this feature, probably would have rather gotten rid of it in its entirety. But because we were, working on the preservation aspect here, we came to the conclusion that infill was reversible, met the standards because of that. And they're also going to be, they're thinking of it as a sunken garden. So it's not just the top of the stream bed is lined with perimeter stones that kind of make up the banks of the bridge, of the stream. The soil is going to be depressed so that not just the top of the stones is visible, but the sides of the stones along the bed. So on the east side from the street, you'll still be able to see retained stones. And the visibility of this isn't great, even in the best of conditions, but it will still read to someone looking from the street as there's something there that relates to the Neodora stream bed.
Looking at that current slide, when would you say that stream bed was built?
That's an interesting question because there has been a stream running through here forever. When the neighborhood was developed, when you see the old pictures, things looked different, but we don't have an old picture that shows this property, so we don't know what this one looked like. My guess is that over the years, the stream beds have been kind of altered. The property next door has stream bed features that remain but aren't connected. I imagine those somehow were connected back in the day. It's kind of different from property to property.
So as part of the infill, some of the concrete will be broken up underneath for drainage purposes, right?
Yeah, well, you can talk to the landscape designer, or
Okay.
architect, I'm not sure.
All right, we'll ask them.
I have to be careful, right, Stephanie? There'll be some concrete removal at the bottom so that water can drain and percolate.
Okay, any more questions for staff? Okay.
Wait.
Yes.
I have a question about the reversible changes. Can someone explain how those changes can be reversible?
Maybe after the
Yeah, we can do that after the public comment.
Okay.
Do we have any callers?
We do not, but we might want to see after we hear from the audience.
I'm going to open the public hearing. We presently have 8 cards. The first speaker I'm going to ask to come up is the property owner. Mandy, please come forward. I'm going to talk about the timing here. So for you and for anyone that's associated with the project, I'm going to give 5 to 10 minutes each.
It can be fast.
Okay.
We timed
and
it
then,
out.
And then for all of the wonderful neighbors that are here, I am going to ask that you keep it to 2 minutes.
Okay, could you just, I didn't catch, for
So
the applicant, how many minutes?
Yeah, for the applicant and for anyone associated with the design of the project, they can have 5 to 10 minutes. And then if they need all of that, we would love it if you didn't take all of it. And then the rest of the neighbors and people can have 2
Okay,
minutes.
so the applicant team can have 15 minutes?
Yes,
Okay,
if there's 3 of them.
That's
yeah.
typical. So.
Okay, great. Thank you. Please state your name for us too, by the way.
Mandy Dillon.
Thank you, Mandy.
Give me 1 second. Let me just make sure this is working.
Yeah, I disconnected mine, so I want to make sure.
It was working earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have to do something over here. Forgive me.
Press the button.
Jay.
Okay, are you?
Okay, I'm going to reconnect.
Okay,
It
let
might work
me
right now.
go back and forth. We got this to work last time. You're plugged in to the cable up
There we
there.
go. There we go. Okay, this is for later.
Okay, here we go.
Mandy Dillon, property owner. Hello, I'm Mandy Dillon, and with my husband, Sean Spillane, I am the proud owner of 1916 Neodora Drive. I want to thank you for being with us here very late. I hope you had dinner. I want to thank our contingency of supporters who have come with us tonight and stayed through the hearing. Prior to moving to the Verdugo Woodlands, we lived in a 1921 Spanish bungalow in an historic tract in Alhambra, which we absolutely loved but knew we'd grow out of eventually. We spent 4 years looking for the right house to move into. In 2018, we discovered the Verdugo Woodlands and toured many, many houses in that area. We even saw the listing for the Neo Drara house, but chose to put an offer on a Spanish Revival house on Andinas, which we lost, but I believe that led us to Neo Drara. When we saw the Neo Drara house relisted in the summer of 2020, we were newly pregnant and knew that the house would be the perfect forever home for our family. It's spacious, light-filled, and the backyard is the size of a small park. It has become a natural wonderland for our children. We immediately got to work with planning our interior and exterior renovations and began working with Milka and Jay soon after. I want to thank them for their effort and guidance over the last 3.5 years. We spent the better part of 2 years restoring the interior to what we feel is the true character of our home, an international-style house leaning into European modernism. Neither I nor my husband want to live in a house younger than us. We like the quirks, and we don't mind the work to maintain an old home. We both work in design-related fields. Maintaining historic structures is essential to my work, as well as my passion for architecture and design. I spend what little free time I have as a docent for Los Angeles Conservancy and also teach an architecture class for my trade union. It is important to Sean and I to honor and preserve old homes, both of historic value and homes that are not designer homes, but are rich in character and of their time. In order to preserve and modernize our house, one of the many things we did was to restore the original steel frame doors and windows while also making them safe for our family. We found the one craftsman in LA, Ventura, and Orange counties who could restore them. He painstakingly changed out every single pane of the single pane glass and replaced it with tempered glass. In terms of the overall landscaping plan, our entire intent is to honor the Glendale Historic Guidelines and enhance the existing historic features of our property, specifically the rock walls, native landscaping, and architectural elements of the house itself. I cannot stress enough how much thought and intent was put into every aspect of our design. We spent a lot of time walking around the woodlands, noting what is and isn't effective, and translating that into what works for us as a family and what best suits our property. Milka has done an excellent job showing what we want, so here are a few slides of what we don't want, what currently exists in the woodlands. We don't want a yard full of rocks. We don't want lava rock and palm trees. We are not intending to have a ficus green wall, which is very prevalent in the woodlands if you walk around. That is not part of our plan. That's something we do not support. This is the saddest missed opportunity here on 1600 El Rito. And these are some examples of, this was in the variance packet, but I'm not going to go into that unless you want me to, but just examples of where fences exist on Neo Drara and what the current landscaping looks like on Neo Drara. This is an iron fence within the city's easement, and it is a similar to, but not as great as what we're proposing to do. This is a long hedge wall, a very tall, over 6 foot tall hedge wall in the woodlands right across the street from our house. Chain link is hidden underneath. This is another fence. This is at the end of our street at Fernbrook and Neo Drara. This is one of the properties that has maintained the water feature in the stream bed, but they have their chain link fence that's actually built into the historic rock wall. Another house where the fence is built into the historic rock wall. Another water wasting ficus grown alongside the stream bed. And then you see the wall of greens as you look up and down Neo Drara. So not curated, not architectural, not anything that we support. The houses that we do like in the woodlands and specifically on Neo Drara are these houses, which have tasteful landscaping, accessible, I want to note that all of the examples we just saw of are front yards. Our project is unique in that we are discussing what is and has been well established as by city staff and the Planning Commission as our backyard with street frontage. I'm almost done. We don't plan on creating an opaque hedge wall above the property line. Our proposal outlines planted native shrubs and flowers with new native trees, which will help restore the tree canopy, as many of the trees on Neo Drara are aging out and in extreme need of maintenance. Talk to Lauren. One of the main components of the plan is removing and replacing a chain link fence, which is in the city easement. As you know, chain link is not an approved material in a historic district. What we're proposing to place it with is currently present in the historic district, but we plan to do it better. We plan to install a custom iron fence that is simple enough to disappear into the landscaping while also providing security for our family and satisfy the requirements for our pool. The standout detail is the gate, which would echo the design of the original balcony railings and highlight one of the trademark architectural details of the house. We respectfully disagree with Jay, which we can talk about later, but we disagree with redesigning the gate and removing the mesh. Fleur will talk about that, but we can talk about that more. Beyond the fence and gate will be a lusciously landscaped backyard, a simple metal dining pergola, and eventually the pool. The pool is set back from the existing River Rock stream bed, one of which will be removed to accommodate construction of the pool. The historic integrity of this feature will be maintained. And this just shows a little bit more of, sorry, I'm not an expert, this is my PowerPoint, but where the new fence and gate would be from the proposed new entrance off Neodrara. And then this is what we're talking about. That's the concrete channel that Jay was discussing that goes down to the weird bridge. So we would circumvent that and turn south and connect with the existing flagstone walkway, which would be refaced. I'm almost done. We intend to replace some of the existing flagstone hardscape with a similar material. This is due to needing to add hardscape while honoring what exists at the house. We also intend to hire a local artisan to rehabilitate the portions of the historic rock walls which have deteriorated over time, so they become more of a standout feature in the yard and also home to native plants. The north side of the yard will host a vegetable garden, and we will have a small orchard on the northeast side of the property adjacent to the sycamore tree, which we've also gone through great lengths and great expense to maintain. We do plan to work with city staff to create a non-invasive landscape lighting plan. The project is not only a benefit to us, but to the entire neighborhood, who will no longer have to look at the chain link fence and will enjoy a thoughtfully curated property. Our dog Millie, who is the unofficial mascot of Neodrara Drive, will no longer suffer from cuts on her paws and legs from the chain link fence. Keeping the existing stone walkway on the south side of the property will become a de facto greeting area for Millie and all of her admirers. We will actually have a functioning gate so visitors can enter our backyard. This home is our final destination. It's our oasis. We understand that we are not only stewards of our home, but of the woodlands as a whole. We've been fortunate enough to meet a lot of great neighbors who have been welcoming and supportive. We look forward to our future in this community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mandy.
Just so the team knows, you have about 7 minutes left.
Okay.
So you
And
may,
who
you may hear
else-
the buzzer go off sooner, and then we'll just reset it. So.
Oh, they haven't submitted cards? They have. Oh, you have, yeah. Which one is yours?
My name is Fleur Noyen.
Fleur, thank you.
Hello. Am I ready to
You're
go?
ready.
Okay. Hello, my name is Fleur Noyen, and I'm the landscape designer on this project, and I work together with the landscape architect, Tricia O'Connell, in preparation of the landscape plans. I'm also an ISA certified arborist and a qualified tree risk assessor. I am here to specifically address the proposed fence placement in relation to the protected oaks and the several other mature trees in the backyard. During various site visits and inspections with both the planning department and meetings with the city arborist, it was agreed that the fence could be placed at a 5 feet setback without damage or negative impact to the trunks or root systems of the trees, not only due to the limited footprint of each footing, but also because the exact placement of the footings would be determined after exploratory roots assessment by airspace, which is a non-invasive method often employed by trained arborists during tree protection practices to see where roots are located. Based upon those findings, the location of the fence post footings can be adjusted in order to ensure that neither the oak trees nor any of the other mature trees in the backyard would be adversely impacted. In the event that the footings have to be placed at uneven intervals to circumvent interfering with root locations, this would precisely be possible due to the fact that the fence will be custom-made, enabling larger spans between footings even when required. The new fence will be an entirely custom-built black steel open fence with a bespoke gate that perfectly mimics the original architectural wrought iron railings on the house and ties the front and back ends of the property together into a unified whole. As we need to maintain pool codes, the custom entrance gate requires a mesh backing, as this would mitigate the ability to serve as a handhold or foothold that could enable a child below the age of 5 years to climb over. This mesh backing would on the gate be on the gate only, not on the fence. We believe that this mesh is the least offensive, most transparent option to meet code requirements while highlighting and tying in a signature feature of the home. The bas-relief of the signature nested squares on the gate would be adhered to a perforated metal mesh that lets light through and will create a welcoming entrance to the soon beautiful backyard. Okay.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, thanks for having us. I'm staying late. My name is Tricia O'Connell, and I'm a licensed landscape architect, and I help prepare the landscape plans along with Fleur Nguyen and Associates for the Dillon Spillane family at 1916 Nero-Drara. I work in high-end residential design, and I'm also a committee chair with the American Society of Landscape Architects, and a big fan of historic properties and landscapes. The family has done such an amazing job restoring their house. They've done a really remarkable, very detailed, totally top-notch job restoring the house and honoring the history and the style of the house while bringing it into the 21st century, so modernizing it, but with all of these kind of vintage touches. It's beautiful. And they intend to continue this passion for authentic spaces into the landscape as well. Glendale is fortunate to have such a lovely wooded sylvan neighborhood with historic houses and features, and is right to protect those features which contribute to its character. In our design for the property, we have honored these qualities while looking forward and meeting the sustainable goals of the city by using native and climate-adapted plants to create a beautiful outdoor experience in their backyard. I would like to note that all of the rock walls on site are being retained, including the historic streambed walls and the footpath at the south end of the property. These are considered contributing elements and greatly add to the historic character of the property. The non-historic bridges will be removed or rebuilt as described in the staff report. The non-historic chain link fence, of course, is going to go. And the entrance gate has been moved to the north end to protect and honor the big oaks that are on site and to create an attractive entrance sequence and dramatic reveal down the existing slope into the backyard. We would like to thank the planning department for recognizing the unusual siting of the house at the very back of the property with a variance to establish a fence on the Neo-Drara Drive end, allowing the family to fully use their yard. Their backyard. This fence will be placed 5 feet off the property line and will have a native landscaped area in front of it along the street side that will make a really pleasant walking and driving experience for people who are passing by. And it will give back to the neighborhood by extending that landscape to the street. Instead of, like many of the neighbors there have a wall or a fence right up against the property line or tall hedges that serve as a barrier. The homeowners specifically want to avoid the solid wall effect and wish to employ a more kind of a peekaboo approach with an open fence, the curved woodland walk leading down to an open meadow that reveals the historic heart of the landscape, the ornamental former stream bed. Has beautiful cobblestone walls, and it'll soon be accented with beautiful, lush native plantings. And we believe rehabbing this property in this way will serve as an example of how to responsibly and respectfully work with nature and the built environment. So I'm really proud to share the work that we did to honor this historic home, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing it come to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that does it for your team, correct? Okay. So for the remaining cards, we're going to give 2 minutes for each of the remaining speakers. Yes, okay. Stephanie Landrigan. Oh, and okay, we'll get to them. Caller, you're going to wait till the end. Thank you. Hi, Stephanie, welcome back.
I'm going to beg for 3 minutes because I cut my 4 minutes down.
Okay. All right.
Good evening, Commissioners and Chair Cragnotti. I'm Stephanie Landrigan, and between 2006 and 2009, I served as a Glendale Historic Preservation Commissioner.
Yay.
And I was instrumental in passing the first Glendale Historic District Guidelines. This is key to the fact that my clients asked me to come and look at what they were doing, and they're very interested in staying within the NEODRORA guidelines. These guidelines are based on the Secretary of the Interior's rehabilitation as a treatment. We already had a young man who told you all about this, so I won't repeat his definition, but I will say of the 4 Secretary of the Interior treatments, rehabilitation is the most flexible, allowing for historic buildings and sites to be improved with consideration to changing needs and uses. It means something very similar to renovation, but it is often used in a slightly different context. It is the process which seeks to preserve the historical portions while making the building and site compatible with the new use. Character-defining hardscape and landscape features are recommended for retention, but there is no discussion in our guidelines of fences, swimming pools, garden structures, and proposed pergolas. But within the 2017 guidelines, they do mention security and fencing. Fencing is permitted, and it is stated installing protective fencing, bollards, and stanchions on a building site when necessary for security should be as unobtrusive as possible. I believe this has been the intent of the designers. So they also discuss on-site features such as parking areas, access ramps, or lighting, not actually pools, but within that venue. So when required by a new use, they shall be as unobtrusive as possible. So, and retain the historic relationship between the buildings or buildings and landscape. I believe that this design has honored this portion of the Secretary of the Interior. NEODRORA streambed was a key and still is a key feature, but it has been compromised by the city of Glendale by diverting the stream, and it no longer flows. Due to this, the stream and pools function as stagnant pools after a rain event. To preserve the feature, my client uses the stream ponds as rain gardens, and it allows the stream to flow below these elements. In consideration of all of these guidelines, and thank you for giving me the extra minute, the project design has been attentive to keeping the historic features of the landscape, sensitively placing the pool, the fencing, and the pergola, and deserves your approval for their improvements to their backyard. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Stephanie. Alan Durham.
Chair, I would recommend that you give other speakers 3 minutes.
Okay. Stephanie, ever you could thank Stephanie for 3 minutes. I was doing that in deference to a past commissioner, but I guess we can't play favorites. Alan, 3 minutes.
Hi, commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm not going to get any applause at the end of this, but I have no problem with I'm very impressed with the actual landscape plan. I think it was very unfortunate that the city and the Planning Commission approved the variance for the fence setback and the fence height in a historic district. But that's water under the bridge. There's nothing in your purview that you can do about it.
Correct.
Pun intended. But, you know, a 5-foot de minimis setback from the street where no fences are supposed to be allowed under the ordinance, 6-foot height. Now we have a design that, to me, looks very off the shelf in terms of the fence. And I definitely don't think the gate should have whatever that mesh material is. It will inhibit transparency, which I keep hearing is one of the aims of the homeowner and designers, but at the same time, they're advocating for really blocking some of that transparency. I also think the fence could be more appropriately designed to give a little more architectural detail that would enhance the view of the house. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. David Corey? Hi, David.
Hi, I'm just a friend of Mandy and Sean's. I came to just show my support, and I wanted to say I'm a production designer working in the film industry, as do they, and as such, aesthetics and how things look are very important to me. And in going over to their house, I can see, and in talking to them, I can understand the amount of time and effort that they put into this house and their attention to detail and their interest in preserving it. And I just want to say that I think the city of Glendale and the Woodlands are really lucky to have them as stewards of this property. And I think that a degree of trust would not be misplaced for whatever you decide to do with them.
Great.
That's it.
Thank you. Miguel Tapia?
Hi, and good evening. I would like to talk about the American dream. I think most people have a general idea of what it is. A house, a home, a family, a successful business, a loving partner, a thriving career, and choice. Choice. See, choice is at the crux of the American dream, because the ability to choose means you have the freedom and the opportunity to make your hopes and aspirations a reality. I think we could all agree that we all want that for ourselves. When I think about Mandy's American dream, I think about her husband, Sean, her children, twins, Lachlan and Nico, her career, and her friendships. I think about the life she has worked incredibly hard to create for herself. This home that Sean and Mandy purchased 3 years ago is a culmination of those aspirations. Think about it, though. This house was once someone else's American dream when it was built in 1941, one they decided to pass on to future owners. So we are here discussing the history and preservation for a house that was part of someone else's original vision and hope for their life at one time, one they gave up, whether by choice or circumstance. As you all consider everything discussed today, I want to remind you all that this renovation project is a part of the vision Mandy and Sean, as the current caretakers of 1916 Neo Drive, have for their American dream. I encourage you to support what will be the beautification of their home and an enhancement to the neighborhood. It's a shame that someone who has the means to beautify their home has to go through such strenuous effort, expense, time, 3 years, and energy to have what any one of you probably would want for your homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel. Our last in-house speaker card is Dave Garfinkel.
Hello, my name is Dave Garfinkel. I'm the neighbor directly to the south of Sean and Mandy. So I'm going to be definitely impacted by this improvement project. And I'm here to support that project because I know that it's going to benefit my property just by virtue of appreciation by them improving their property. And to that extent, I'm in favor of all the different aspects that they're going to be doing. With regard, I heard some comments with regard to the fence. There are a couple other properties on Neodrara that have a wrought iron fence. But there's a property to the north of them at 211 Neodrara. That property has approximately 150 linear feet of 7-foot wrought iron fence. Then there's another property on the corner of Fernbrook and Neodrara, and that property has 300 linear feet of wrought iron fence that's about 6 feet high. So it's not unreasonable for them to be approved for a 6-foot wrought iron fence. So I'm here to advocate on their behalf. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Caller? Thank you.
Password's still good. Francesca Smith, you're with HPC.
You have 3 minutes,
Hello.
Francesca.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Francesca Smith. I'm a qualified architectural historian with nearly 40 years of experience in projects of this type. I'm also a frequent guest in the Niobrara Drive Historic District, and I assisted with the preparation of the district nomination. As proposed, I sent a letter to all of you commissioners who are hearing this item. So as proposed, it currently does not meet the standards, unfortunately. According to the standards, the setting for districts and neighborhoods is defined as including the relationship of buildings to each other, setbacks, fence patterns, views, driveways, walkways, street trees, and other landscaping together, which establish the character of the district or neighborhood. In this case, because you're not even seeing the lighting plan, you're not reviewing the whole of the project, that's a problem. Certainly these people seem to have good taste, but that trust issue is a problem when the plans aren't complete. I noticed on the plans the model water efficient landscaping ordinance was mentioned, although it doesn't comply because this is a historic property again. I was surprised to hear our city planner talking about changing what the character defining features are for this property. It can't really be done by edict. The evaluation would need to be changed and council would need to review it. Those bridges could be later repaired, certainly. Everything that's old isn't beautifully built. In my letter, I applied all 10 of the standards, and 9 of them very specifically apply to this. I wanted to mention also that I don't understand how French drains would work because at that level, they wouldn't really have anywhere to drain to. Infilling a stream or a pond with soil doesn't really retain or preserve the historic character. Would the mall at Washington on the Capitol be just the same with all of the reflecting pools filled with dirt and French drains? I think not. The standards also would show
30 seconds,
that
Francesca.
Oh, great. Streams and ponds are physical records of their time. It doesn't matter if the bridges are original or not character-defining features. They should be repaired rather than replaced. The idea that this could all be built back to its original state is incorrect because it would be a reconstruction. It's a presumptive historical resource, and in the guidance for rehabilitation for setting, district, and neighborhood, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
That's your time,
6,
Francesca.
7, 8, 9, 10 things that don't agree with this. Thank you very much. Sorry I went over, Mr.
Thank you,
Chair.
Francesca. Have a nice evening.
Thanks, you too.
Okay, with that, we will close the public hearing. Thank you, everybody. All right, does anyone have any questions based on everything we've heard here? For anybody that I should call forward, or for anyone on staff?
Yeah,
Jeffrey.
I'd like to start with some questions about the reversible changes. And I'd just like to understand, how that would be possible with the changes that you're proposing.
Okay, for that, I'm going to open the public hearing, and I will ask the person from the team, homeowners team, who can best answer that question to come forward. You're specifically asking how would the reversals be made or done, is that right?
Well, yeah, how is it possible?
Yeah, how is it possible that it can be?
With the materials and so forth.
Okay, so
She's going to need to speak into the mic, please.
Oh, yeah, you got to go back there.
Sorry.
Someone wants to hold your board?
Leave that away.
So the concrete bottom of the stream bed would totally remain. It will get strips, 1, 2 in here, 1, 2, 1, 2, and 1 in here. That would be a cutout. And
Hold on one second.
still, okay. So,
1 second.
we can't hear her.
Okay, Fleur, could you speak closely to the microphone?
Oh, okay.
There we go.
Oh, gosh.
You're okay.
So like if you want to look at it visually, I'm looking at elevation plan right now. So if this is the base of the stream bed, there will be a cut. So this is the concrete, right? This is normally the concrete. There will be a cut in there. Then some soil will be removed. And inside of that will be the installation of a specific NDS drain. So that, and then it gets soil on top. Water will always drain through there directly into the groundwater. So if you want to reverse that, the only thing you have to do is you take the soil out that we are going to add, and then you can just fill in those strips of concrete that were taken out.
Okay, thanks for the explanation. And then as far as the removal of one of the bridges, I mean, that's obviously, would that be
Yes.
considered reversible too?
Well, yeah, you could
Or is that
put, sorry, you could put a bridge back to nowhere back, because right now, oops, actually, this is where that bridge is, I think,
If I could, Fleur, maybe if I could help with that one?
Yeah. Jay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Both bridges are proposed for removal. One bridge will have a replacement bridge. That's the one on the south side where it spans a shorter stream width. Because we believe that these are not historic and we do not have to go to city council to make that decision, we support the direction of removing both bridges and rebuilding a new bridge of simple design at the south side. So it's not a matter of reversibility, because usually we would talk about reversibility for a feature of historic significance. And if we're saying that the bridges, now, the commission doesn't have to, is there?
She has a picture of that bridge to know.
Oh, good idea. Yes, should be, it's
over
two.
dirt near a
Staff
fence.
two, yeah. Try again. And maybe hit the presenter viewer. No, but we did, it worked before.
Would not be difficult to replace a bridge that's over dirt.
That bridge is over part of the stream bed also, but it's much longer than the width of the
The
stream
position of
bed.
the applicant and of the staff is that the bridge isn't historic, so it doesn't need to be reversible.
Correct.
That's their position, so it's moot as far as they're concerned.
Could you, have any-
but it
could you
is a-
minimize your PowerPoint and you might be able to hit OK on Milka? Oh, is it frozen? Yeah. Okay, then maybe it'll work out like it
okay.
did before.
This is in the attachment to the minutes, so you can see.
It's the one over here is the one that's getting removed, right?
It's the long one.
Right.
Over here.
And this is the one that
one,
remains.
yeah. One's a bird's eat.
So these bridges are not, or the one that's getting removed is not considered part of a character-defining feature for the historic district?
They were identified as such in the survey. The survey is conducted from the street. It's possible that a surveyor would misinterpret something. We've seen lots of errors on surveys where a window is identified as one material, but the reality is it's another. This is not the fault of any survey team or company. It's just it's inevitable that there are going to be some errors of judgment or.
Since we're on the subject, can you comment on our caller's remark about the city council having to make modifications to DPR forms if they're needed?
That's never been the practice here.
Okay.
And if we identify an error on a DPR form, and the Preservation Commission may disagree with this viewpoint and err on the side of caution, the bridges are very deteriorated and could be rebuilt to look like they do now. In a sense, I wonder if that meets the standards. If we know these are not original bridges and we don't know what was there before these were built, it would be conjectural to rebuild these, and we avoid conjecture through the standards. So that's kind of the basis for the decision-making.
Thank you. Jeffrey?
So what you're saying, Jay, is we have no sense at all of what kind of bridges were in the Neo-Drar Historic District over the stream before that. Everything would be conjectural.
Even if we knew what types of bridges, and I think there were a variety. There were some faux bois. I think there's still some faux bois in the neighborhood. I don't know if it's railings or bridges. Even that, it could be a good guess. We could say, rebuild a faux bois bridge.
Will you please show the bridge that they're proposing? Will you want to see this one?
That's the one that.
That's the one being removed and not replaced.
And not replaced.
This is the, oh, here you can see the strange juxtaposition between the bridge and the walkway / drainage channel. And if you go back, here you can see the ends of the railings are where I was noticing the poor quality of the craftsmanship that
footing
you wouldn't
even. Go back
expect
one.
from a bridge built at the time of this house, which is very crisp and pristine.
Yeah, that's not old.
Does not look old. Okay.
Can I see the proposed bridge, please?
Yeah, that's up higher in the presentation.
Okay,
There
I
it
think
was,
we just
had it
passed it. Okay.
there.
So one of the concerns I have is this house is, according to the DPR, it's wood, tongue, and groove. So it has some international style elements, but it's also been rusticated. So the house is covered in wood. It has a gable. So there were some intentions to try to make this house fit into a rustic setting. This is not European modernism, straight out of the Bauhaus. I feel like the bridge that's proposed, especially even though this is the backyard, because this is still going to be seen from the public right away, I don't think that proposed bridge is compatible. It looks way too hyper-contemporary. And I would like to see a proposed bridge done at the very least in wood. I'm not asking the applicant to do one in faux bois, but I would like to see a material that bridge as proposed looks like it could be on any contemporary design on any new house. And so I would like to see a little more effort towards something this is a historic district that presumably had bridges over some of the streams.
Definitely,
And in all likelihood, they were not this sort of thin cable tension, contemporary looking bridge.
I
and
was
would
wrong
like to
about cable tension. It's actually a simple, the upper page is the elevation, the bottom image is the plan. So it's a wood deck with steel railing.
What I would like to see is more
wood
wood where we see steel railing right now, because in what I'm seeing and what I'm aware of, it looks very contemporary for everything else that's there. And
Okay,
it's going to be viewable from the public right away still.
So if your colleagues concur, we could keep the wood deck, which also is not really visible from the street anyway, and instead of a steel railing, have a wood railing,
Right.
still of relatively simple design.
I went by the property today, and the bridges are really visible. I mean, they stood out. So
I
don't-
just meant the flat surface is not going to be super visible.
So what I'm saying is, there are visible elements from the public right away, even though it is the backyard. I'm just asking for a little more effort on this design feature to make it less contemporary looking.
Cutting to the chase, we are going to, if your colleagues concur, we are going to change a condition. It's important for us to know what condition to write. So I would write to delete the steel railing from the proposal, build a wood railing of simple horizontal and vertical design. Anything else you'd like there?
Flexible to the design, but a natural material.
Wood rather
So
than
far as
steel.
the house is covered in wood, tongue and groove itself, and this is all natural
That's
features.
clear. That's easy for us to condition if everyone agrees.
Who's it for?
I'll first ask Daniel, the bridge has, just nod your head, steel slats and not a wood crossing?
It's a wood crossing.
It's a wood crossing.
Yeah.
No, but the
You can't talk to the applicants.
horizontal, vertical
The
slats.
public hearing is still open. Sorry, I forgot to
come
close
to
it.
the mic.
Can I
Yeah,
have one
either
of you
way.
come to the mic and answer his question about the bridge, please?
It is wood, we know, so.
So the floor of the bridge is wood.
Is wood.
And the railing entirely, all of it, the top and the baluster.
Meant to be the steel that mimics the house. And so
Yes.
that's why we chose that material, because the entire back of the house, what you see, are the beautiful steel railings on the back side of the house. So in order to have to spend a lot of money making another architectural feature, like we're proposing to do with the gate, we wanted to keep it as simple as possible, so ultimately it disappears into the landscape. So we wanted the simple horizontal crossing with no arch for our 83 and 85-year-old parents, so they can actually walk over it. And we wanted to keep the design of the hand railing, both on this bridge and throughout the yard, as simple as possible. You have the lamb's tongue ending, but you have the vertical steel support pieces And then you have a simple horizontal piece that is, I think it's a flat rectangle, which is what the railing on the back of the house is made out of. So just really simple, blends in.
Yeah, it blends in. You wouldn't see it, really.
Yeah.
You'd see through it.
Correct.
Okay.
But also safe for when you're walking over the stream bed, which could be
Correct.
reversed. Yeah, because it is really, like, it's a massive, massive hazard. We could talk about that later, but.
Thank you.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing again. Do you stand by your?
Yeah, I still would prefer, I question whether the bridge is going to completely dissolve from the public right of way, and I think what we're gonna have is, I understand the intention to reference this steel the balcony. But I think what you're gonna end up having is you're gonna have this view that you're gonna see of all of this nature, with the house behind it, with this one, insofar as there's going to be vertical steel elements there, with this one very contemporary looking element standing out. And all I'm asking for, or proposing that it gets considered, is that those vertical elements would be wood instead, a material that's more compatible with the rest of the landscape of the yard, and more compatible with other elements of the house. I honestly question, it's a whole other issue, but that steel railing, I question if that's from 1941. Maybe it is, but I feel like you're going to have a hyper-contemporary element where you don't need to have one, and in all likelihood, for bridges that were over this stream before, in all likelihood, when this was done, originally, this area, it probably was not vertical stainless steel.
Well, yeah, no.
Okay, black. Would you want to recommend a color for the bridge, too, to be painted, if you wanted the
No,
wood?
we don't really go down that road.
No, because it's gonna, if it looks brown,
I'd
contemporary,
propose
or the wood. Okay.
And if it
Or white.
was a wood, I would propose a wood that has a more natural character that's not painted black.
Okay.
Okay.
No, it wouldn't be. I was just suggesting.
Okay, Jeffrey.
Yeah. I want to talk about the fence. So, a couple of things. Actually, the gate. It's the gate. So, it's wonderful that the gate could potentially offer access to the house, to the, by way of the backyard. And I just wonder about the impact for parking, if neighbors are at all concerned, because, people are going to be able to park there to go to your house, right?
Okay, so the public hearing's closed. If you
But it's
if you
5
just
feet
want to
back.
make an
We can
expression of concern about
help with
parking, you
that.
can.
This is a public street like any other. People park when you visit your friends on the street, and it won't be any different here.
Well, there's parking in the front of the house too, right?
No.
Very
It's an
little.
alley.
It's the
And,
alley
that-
frontage
We're really
is-
here to talk about the design and not really the impact on parking. so,
Okay, well,
Right.
I'm trying to not be on the fence. Or the
Puns
gate.
will not stop tonight.
So, what about the height? It's at 6 feet now, or the proposed height is 6 feet. And there's comments about it exceeding the 5-foot, the city's 5-foot requirement. Is there an opinion about the difference between a 5-foot height and a 6-foot height?
Pool regulation requires 6 feet.
No, it requires
Right.
5 feet.
I
But
thought we can go up to 7 now, can't we?
that's different than pools. 7 is
I
a
understand,
fence
but-
you can build without an engineer's report. So
that means we can go to 7 if it can be built without an
could go to
engineer's
7. I don't know that we want to
No, I'm not
recommend that
suggesting
here.
that. What I mean is, I don't think that we have a limit. I mean, we do, but it's certainly not even 6 feet. They could go even higher if they wanted.
They could, yes. And
So they brought it down some.
yeah, but
already.
in terms of the question, is there a difference between 5 and 6 feet? Obviously there is. Is it a meaningful difference when you're talking about if you're talking about a wall, maybe it's different than when you're talking about a relatively transparent fence. If you do agree with the staff recommendation to add a decorative detail, that could be horizontal, that could be a climbing element. If that's over the 5-foot limit, I don't think that's going to be an issue for building and safety. If this were a 5-foot fence, but we still thought the design was a little too plain for a custom fence in a nice neighborhood, then maybe we wouldn't be able to have that detail if we dropped it down.
Thank you.
Since we're on the fence, may I ask some fence questions?
Yeah.
Jay, when we saw the pictures of the previous houses on Eudora Drive with their fences, did those fences exist when they did the historic district survey?
They did, and it's a good, it opens an important point, and this was very thoroughly discussed during the variance hearing and the appeal. Most of the fences that are on the street are legal, non-conforming fences. They were built, well, they're probably illegal. There are many fences on the street that are illegal. They were built after we had fence requirements and the concept of building in the setback. But for the historic district, they were accepted as things that were in place at the time of the survey and at the time of designation. In no case, even in the ones where we have big fences right at the property line, did that ever lead to a finding of a non-contributing property. The survey teams found that they were focused on the houses primarily and the landscape setting. And there was concern, and I think Mr. Durham raised it a little bit. When the variance was granted, we heard from the Homeowners Association, and we heard from far-flung members of the Homeowners Coordinating Council and other historic district residents who were concerned that if this variance was granted, we were going to see fences across properties all over Glendale. We do not approve fences in general in the fronts of houses anywhere in Glendale. We do have a variance process for people who ask for that. If you've noticed the proliferation of hedges through the city in the last 10 years, I would say, that's because people, I'd say 2 to 1, those property owners wanted to build a fence somewhere in the setback, and we told them, we can't approve it. Applying for a variance is going to be very difficult, unlikely that it would be granted. Therefore, they decide to take the path of least resistance and build a hedge, which we have no control over. The reason staff supported the variance for this property is because this property is really unusually unique. There are only a couple of other properties on Niobrara that have the backyard facing Niobrara. And when you go into this house, the front door is where front doors should be. The entry hall is where the entry hall is. The processional through the house follows typical patterns of front entry and moving toward the rear of the house, excuse me. So because we were able to find such unique qualities to this site, and that's why variances exist, when there's something about a property that's different than other properties, will we get other applications for fences on Niobrara in the future? We've heard from a couple of property owners that they're interested in that. Will we be able to support them? We're going to look at the specific conditions of the site before we make a staff recommendation. And then, of course, the planning hearing officer, possibly the planning commission, would have to think about that. But just to make clear for the public in general, not that anyone's listening at this point, but maybe on tape someday. But this fence is not the death knell of unfenced front yards in Glendale. It's going to be very rare that something like this gets approved.
Thank you. And Milka, one of your recommendations regarding the fence at the end?
To remove the, which one? To remove the mesh or the one regarding?
Yeah, to remove the mesh, what would you recommend?
Well, Jay and I were talking about it. Jay, we were suggesting instead of a mesh, to modify the design of the fence so that it would comply with whatever the building, yes, thank you, the gate, thank you, so that it would comply with whatever the building code requirements are, so that it would not be an issue as it relates to climbing or anything like that, which again, would be a building code issue.
In theory, it could look just like the fence, in theory.
Yes.
Okay. And those are my fence questions, or I can move on to something other topic and get off the fence.
Go ahead. Yes.
All right. It's pun day.
Go over the bridge.
I want to thank you all for, in the short time you lived there, to make so many friends on this street. Oh my gosh, this is the best attended hearing of neighbors I have been on in, 7 or 8 years here. And deeply appreciate all, I teach. I love all your resources and show and tell things and see. And I can understand Commissioner Paul's view on the bridge. I'm curious to hear what other two commissioners have to say. The historical significance resonates with me. However, I like the see-throughness to matching the house, so I can go either way on the bridge, and I see no other issues with the city recommendations. Unless by nod of your head, did you see any other problems with the city recommendations? No, just like shake your head or no? You did. Okay, then would you want to reopen and hear from them, or?
Chair's
Maybe?
call.
Okay, so those are my comments, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other things you want to say? And, sir, any other?
One quick question, and maybe you'll answer it, or maybe, is the primary intention of the fence privacy, transparency, or safety for the kids? Like, what's the primary intention
Okay,
of that?
I'm going to open the public hearing. Come on up, please, Ms. Homeowner, and we're going to get to the bottom of all of this.
Well, the
Let's
primary
first start with
function.
the function of the fence.
The primary function is all of the above. The existing chain link fence is really terrible. I mean, I think it is such a detriment to the
Yes.
woodlands to have that fence exist. It looks worse than garbage. So one of the main intents is to remove the chain link fence and to replace it with something that it provides security, privacy, and safety for our family, and also complies with all the codes for our potential proposed pool. In terms of the design, again, it is custom. We want to keep it as simple as possible. It looks very similar to other fences that exist in the woodlands. I'm personally not a fan of spikes that could impale somebody. So the reason why we have the flat bar on the top of our fence is just to keep it as simple as possible. Because really, with the landscaping that we're proposing to do between the fence and the street within the city easement and behind it, you get this layered effect of landscaping that is beautiful. It's similar to the houses that I showed you for their front yards. And like Milka said, what we're proposing to do, and what some of our speakers said, is beautify the city easement between the street and our fence, which is literally a mound of dirt that's covering up the beautiful rock wall feature that is unfortunately disguised by, like the lack of landscaping and the lack of care.
Is the ultimate intention, like the landscape that's proposed in front of the fence, is the idea that it will eventually grow in and provide more privacy?
No,
Or
no.
is the idea to keep it semi-open?
Keep it semi-open,
Okay.
because that was the discussions that we had with the city staff, is to keep it semi-open and also have it layered. So, I mean, it is our backyard, we do have small children, and we would eventually have a pool. So it's riding the balance of, complying with the transparency. What's unique is this is a backyard, so it's like a street frontage backyard. So we're mindful of the recommendations of city staff. We're mindful of what we need as a family for our privacy. We do want to beautify the space, because if you walk by today, you probably met Millie, you see what it looks like out there. And again, we want the fence to disappear. The gate, we think, is cool. Like, the only other gate design that we could think of is having the vertical pieces, which would make it simple. It would make it, people wouldn't be able to climb over that, but it's just boring. Why not celebrate something that is a really cool architecture feature of the house? We don't want to condense that square block design even more, because then it looks so busy. The proportions of the proposed design of the gate are similar to the proportions of the railing on the house. So again, when I talk about the hours of thought that was put into every single detail, that's why you see the gate design as is with the mesh. We want to keep the proportions similar to that of the house, also keep it up to code. We think the mesh is the least offensive. If you want a bigger mesh, we can talk about the bigger mesh, but the design is a bas relief on top of that mesh. And so, yeah, the only other design that we were thinking of is what everyone else has are those plain vertical bars, and I think that really looks Home Depot, opposed to what we're proposing to do.
While you're up, but eventually the landscape's going to grow in front of the vertical bars of the fence, right?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to keep it, we have We're going to keep it maintained, you know, because we don't want it to look like a mess. Like the whole intention of the way that the plants will be placed and the type of the plants that will be placed, it's meant to have, it's low, yeah.
So like
It's
10
lower
years,
front.
like, okay, so like
Yeah.
10 years from now, when the landscape's grown in, you will still see some of the fence?
Oh, yeah,
Is
yeah,
that the
oh,
idea?
yeah, yes.
Allow me to jump in here. It's possible in 10 years that landscaping is going to completely obscure the view into this backyard. There's nothing we can do about that.
Yeah,
We can talk about it now. We can talk about the design of the fence. We don't know what Mandy and her family are going to want to
I'm
do.
just talking about intent.
The
That's
intent,
all I'm asking.
That's fine. I
So
just
I
want
just want to know intent.
I just want to make sure the commission understands we can't condition that or
not.
anything.
So I just want to know your intentions.
I'm not going full Miss Havisham here, you know, like we want to be able to have something that is decorative, curated, thoughtful, and architectural in terms of the way the landscape is maintained.
Thank you.
Milka, can you pull up the conditions again?
Yeah, the
Before you
conditions.
walk away, Mandy? He had asked you how you felt about the conditions.
Oh, I mean, we just disagree with numbers 1 and 2, so we would prefer to not redesign the fence itself. We prefer to keep it simple and not have to add that second bar across the top of the fence, just to keep it as simple as possible. We have a rendering of what that might look like, and I'm not a fan, but I can show you, Jay. But I didn't do it. A professional did it. So we would like to keep the simple single bar. You want to see first, Jay? Or do it all at the same time. So we listen to Jay sometimes.
That's not exactly where we're going, but.
We're extending an olive branch to the staff
Want
recommendation.
two? Oh, you propose two?
Second.
Jay
Yeah.
wants a second one.
Something to give it a
Let
little.
me just, the only difference, and it's similar, I'll share with you too, is, and this is condensed, obviously, it would be, the vertical pickets wouldn't go all the way up, so you'd have this opener,
Which is
more open space.
Kind of what they've done.
No, because it would, what I'm recommending would be the, every fourth.
Oh,
picket
I
would
see,
go
more
up.
frequent than what this is showing.
Something like that. So,
Every fourth picket instead of,
Fourth, it would be.
Okay.
okay.
Okay, and then,
And then the metal mesh,
Yeah,
more
so
open?
we could do more, I mean, we're open.
Yeah. Open the door.
In order to keep the gate design as planned, with the proportions as planned, we are flexible with the material that would go behind the bas relief. I was just driving past another house that was like a mid-century 1960s, and they had, I guess you would call it a mesh, but it was sort of diamond-shaped that went behind. It's a kind of an institutional material that you see in mid-century buildings. So we would be open to discussing a different type of backing to the bas relief design. But besides just the plain vertical bars on the gate, as a redesign to allow more transparency, which is a request that's come up, the only other thing that we could think of that would also not be climbable was like really compressing
Yeah.
the squares, which I think would look weird, and then it wouldn't look anything like the railing.
okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
so,
Okay,
Okay,
all right.
that's otherwise you're good?
yeah.
Okay,
I love to talk about lighting with Jay.
thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Alan, you wanted to say something? Okay, good. Okay, closing the public hearing again. Are you good?
Yes, I'm good.
You've made your points about the bridge, you're good? And you're good, okay. Jay, I just have a couple questions. Number one, by granting the variance to put the fence where they're putting it, did the city at the same time officially establish this as the backyard? Is it being called, I mean, if someone was to go, I mean, is it officially a backyard? Because it's not, we know that, or, well,
It is officially
the street frontage.
It's called the street frontage because this building is between an alley and a street. If it were between two streets, it would be a through block, and there'd be a 25-foot setback on both sides of that. Because it's a frontage and an alley, that's why the house is pretty close to the alley, rather than being set back. The city did not officially designate this as the backyard or the front yard or anything like that. But, and I can't speak for the individual, the planning hearing officer or the commissioners on the planning commission, I think there was an acceptance of the use and the traditional use of this space as the backyard of the house.
Okay.
And so that played into, among other things that we haven't talked about that we don't need to talk about tonight, other issues that led to the acceptance of the 5-foot setback.
If this were a vacant lot today, exactly how it's graded and everything today, and someone wanted to build a house where this house is being built, would design review or whomever makes the decision on these things allow this house, the house, to be fronted the way that it's fronted based on a vacant lot?
We don't
Would
have
they
a
allow
rule,
for the-
we don't have a rule about that. We have setback rules. And we probably wouldn't, at the beginning, on a vacant lot, and let's assume there isn't a stream bed or any historic retaining walls, because that's another one of the issues of those being close. Those straddle the setback at the 25-foot point, so the fence would have been doing this.
Yeah.
No, someone could build something like this. I think most people want to have a private backyard. Most people don't want their backyard facing the street. I think Mandy and
If
Sean.
they wanted to put the house where it is now,
As long as it met setbacks, they could.
doesn't matter which way they would orient it.
We do look at prevailing setbacks. It's really such a what-if question.
Well, it is and it isn't. So let me get to my point. So what you're saying is, what I'm asking is, it's the orientation of the house that's determining what's considered the front yard versus the backyard. So if this were a vacant lot,
right,
which we all, at this point, if it were vacant, the frontage being Neo-Drara, I would certainly go into that thinking that the front yard is Neo-Drara. I could go to the city and say, you know what, I'm going to build it so that the back of the house faces Neo-Drara, and therefore I have a backyard. And there's a reason for this. I understand we're not adjudicating the setback for the fence and all of that stuff. That's not our purview. But it seems to me that if this is technically a front yard, that the city has granted a variance for with regard to a fence, don't we have to look at all of the elements being put into this front yard with regard to how they relate to the history of the property, the history of the neighborhood, and all of that?
You can, you don't have to.
Okay.
And
Okay, I guess the question is, if the city has permitted the installation of a swimming pool there.
we haven't permitted anything.
Okay, well, they're allowing for the design, it's okay, the design
We
is.
are supportive of the pool in this location because we are viewing the backyard as this area that faces Neo-Drara.
Okay.
The Planning Commission in the appeal, as well as PIHO, saw the plans showing that a pool was going there, understanding that that was the owner's intention to build their pool in what they think of and what they bought as a rear yard. It's similar. The commission recently approved a pool in the front courtyard of a Spanish house.
Yes, we did.
And that was hidden by a courtyard wall. So we have to look, there are things
An
we don't
existing courtyard
anticipate.
wall,
Yeah.
an existing courtyard wall, an original courtyard wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really is a unique property in many respects, in all respects. But what Chris is talking about, it makes me think of whether or not it's a front yard or a backyard. And if if it's considered a backyard, they could be coming here with an ADU project. And
The state is going to let us,
Yeah,
we're
but
going to
you-
see ADUs in places we don't want to see ADUs under state law, so.
Right, and I think with the residential, the ADUs can't be in the front, in the frame.
State is
Changing that.
constantly revising the ADU ordinance or the law.
That's probably going to go away, but you're
Yeah.
right, there was a point in time when it couldn't be.
Yeah, now it can be.
So front and backyard.
Anywhere there's room,
Well, only
basically.
one.
It's pretty
Yeah.
terrible, anywhere there's space. Okay, well, I am fine with the designs as they are at this point. I think that everyone's put a lot of effort into it. Yeah, I'm not crazy about the mesh on the gate. I think I wouldn't mind if it just matched the rest of the gate. I think I understand that mesh will provide a lot of privacy in a place where landscaping ultimately will not be able to provide privacy, so I can understand why a mesh backing would be appealing from that standpoint. I don't know that from a design standpoint, that gate needs to mimic or match the design of the balcony railings, which you kind of suggested maybe weren't potentially not original.
Yeah, I mean, they could be from 1941, but in my opinion, I think it's unlikely. But my concern about like the gate having this design. You see this in the 50s on a lot of like Asiatic themed houses. I did a whole district in Pasadena called Pegfair Estates, which was the first ranch house tract listed on the National Register in California, and none of them were 50 years old. This was like 2008, and I think we had a couple of, it was almost like Asiatic themed vibes on some of those, and they were totally amazing. What I'm concerned about with this, with the bridge and the gate and this pattern here is, it would be one thing if they were really close to the house. I don't know if it's gonna, I mean, it'd be one thing if they were really close to the house. You have this huge, beautiful, naturally acclimated yard, and then you have kind of a standalone pattern with this, X amount of feet from the house, and then the bridge, that the fact that it's gonna be painted black and is abstract, I don't think those things are gonna correlate to the house. I just don't think they're gonna read because they're standalone and distant from nature. Those are some of my concerns, and I understand the idea about the mesh with the safety. I'm not a fan of the mesh at all, but I really don't, honestly, I don't know what to propose in its place. If safety is an issue, you may be stuck with the mesh.
Well,
to me, it looks very hyper-contemporary.
It's not, you don't have to do the mesh if they were to build a gate that is exactly the same pattern as the fence.
Right, and I would actually, in the name of simplicity, which, for dealing with simplicity and modernism, I would just propose to make that gate just like the fence and not try to be too clever with it, and just make it like the fence, if we're going to keep this fence.
Yeah, honestly, that was the one design element that I had the hardest time with, is the design of the gate. Okay, so we need to start building some consensus here. Can you put the conditions back up again for us, Milka, please? Thank you. Okay, so the first one is related to the design of the fence. Staff, we just saw a version of what staff maybe would prefer to have, is something that has a top piece with a little bit of a gap and some,
Pickets spread
pickets
farther
that,
the steel
the steel going up more frequently than it does on this drawing, so that there's
a little play.
Yeah. So that's essentially what it sounds like your condition is. That was what the design would look like under your condition. Not too prescriptive, but that's what they're looking for. Staff prefers to not have any metal mesh. I'm in support of that. It sounds like you're in support of that. Are you guys in support of the not having the mesh, at which point the design would have to become more simplistic? And do we want to say no mesh and it needs to match the fence? We can do that, right, or no?
Yeah, you can say gate matches the fence.
Yeah.
You can say fence as proposed is okay, or the staff idea is okay, or you could give them the option.
Yeah, I guess I'm kind of okay with either way the fence looks, frankly. I mean, I appreciate that you want to make it a little bit more
It's cleaner to just delete the condition if you're okay with the plain fence.
The plain fence as proposed. Maybe put that up one more time.
Yeah, I had.
Yeah.
Just a simple top?
I'm okay with, knowing that there will likely be plants there.
Could you?
Okay.
Go back to the conditions.
So
we're
it sounds
gonna we're going to delete condition 1.
Yes, I think we're going to delete in condition 1. Condition 2.
We're going to alter condition 2 to ignore the mesh and just say that the gate will match the fence.
Yes. Lighting, of course, you'll work with them on a lighting plan. We don't need to see it. You'll work with them on it. Is that the idea?
That's true, and the concern that that's not meeting the standards or is violating CEQA is not an accurate concern.
Okay.
We will work, you don't even need a permit for low voltage landscape lighting, but in a historic district, we do ask everyone to get permission by proposing a plan for that. This may not all be low voltage. I assume parts of it will be, maybe some won't be. But in general, we, on all designs, not just in historic neighborhoods, we try to limit the amount of lighting. We try to avoid brightly lit landscapes and buildings. And we also make sure that there's no overspill onto neighboring properties. We can condition all of that.
Okay.
Which I think we did, right?
Yes. And then number 4, urban forestry. Yes, we're good. Good. Okay. So we're good.
Do we want to add and make a new 4 for the bridge?
Oh, I'm sorry. The bridge.
How do you guys feel with the bridge?
This is where.
This is the wood of the
Okay,
deck.
this is where you and I oftentimes come into conflict a little bit.
Okay.
And I want to just reiterate my position, and I'm happy to be told I'm wrong. But the one struggle I always have with these things is trying to connect a modification or a change, an addition such as this, trying to connect it somehow to the resource in a design way. It's my understanding that the Secretary of Standard Interiors, they don't want a new feature to be potentially mistaken as an original feature. And so I guess I understand where you're coming from in that it should, first of all, we have no idea what the bridge was. So it's impossible for it to look like what it originally looked like for us because we don't know what that is. So what I'm taking from you is you would prefer that from a materials standpoint, it tie in better with its immediate environment, being in a more natural setting. Right?
Yeah.
Rather than
I'm
trying to tie it into
Not trying to ask them to
metal.
redesign like an Asiatic theme bridge or do faux bois. What I'm trying to find is the balance. So as you said, you don't want to design something so. It's a weird, it's a dance. You don't want to design something so accurate to the old thing where people are going to confuse it. But I'm not asking them to necessarily redesign the whole bridge. I'm just asking for a more natural material that's compatible with their yard and the cladding on the house. Because even in this picture, they spoke, and I understand the intention that this is going to be, I guess, painted black as a way to reference the railing on the house. But look where this bridge, you can't even, it's standalone in the middle of this giant yard, and it's kind of like the gate. So all I'm asking for is a natural material there. And then it'll perhaps be even more seamless with the yard as opposed to black painted steel in the yard. That's all.
I tend to agree with you on that.
That's all I ask.
Yeah, I tend to agree with him on that. That the materials of the bridge be of a more natural wood material. How do you feel about that?
I can go with that.
Okay.
Wooden bridge.
So I guess that's
Wooden bridge railing.
Okay.
Anything else?
You got everything, Mo?
That's it.
Okay.
And also, I wanted to let you know that I really did appreciate your explanation about how this is reversible. And so, thank you. And I think in an ideal world, we wouldn't even have global warming, and there'd be water in that stream, and everything would be great. But
Kids would be fishing.
Huh?
The kids would be fishing in it.
Kids would be fishing in it, and that would be your pool or whatever. But I think that I do appreciate the efforts you made to make it reversible. So thank you.
Okay. So someone want to make a motion?
Okay, let me just say publicly, I forgot Kathy Yerka, Commissioner Yerka recused from this
Yes.
item because
She did.
her property's in proximity to the.
She didn't just leave because she wanted to.
Now, I understand this is a very difficult topic, and, very difficult topic, and this is probably our second longest hearing on any particular one
Can I
house.
just get clarification on something, because I'm.
Yes, dear.
Okay, so regarding number 1, we're going to omit that condition altogether.
Yes.
Okay, regarding number 2 condition, the gate and the fence shall maintain a sense of transparency, but we're just going to keep it simple to match the straight picket similar to the fence. We're going to.
Gate should match the
gate.
fence.
Okay.
That's the condition, yeah.
Gate to match the fence. And we added we're going to keep 3 and 4, and we're going to introduce a new condition that the bridges not be steel, but to have a natural wood texture.
Railing, yes.
Railing, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the floor is already wood, so.
Railing and posts.
And the posts.
Railing and posts.
Railing and posts.
Okay.
And that it's natural wood.
And then I received a number of emails on both sides of this. So I'm sorry, one person's one side won't be always happy, but that's how we vote up here. And I would like to make a motion based on the recommendations staff presented, because you both combined them. As we modified, limiting 1, adapting 2, where the fence shall match the gate, or gate shall match the fence. Keep 3 and 4, and add the wooden condition for the railing for the bridge.
So everything Milka just read back.
Everything Milka just said,
supports.
yes.
So, and
But I
that
read
was-
as a motion, so it's all
So
done.
we have a motion by Board Member Doom, Commissioner Doom. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a second by Commissioner Paul?
Correct.
Okay, roll call. This would be approved with the condition as
The conditions
stated
you
and the
outlined.
addition of that, what we just talked about, the bridge. And and the modifications to the proposed conditions that we had included in the report. Roll call. Commissioner Doom.
Yes.
Commissioner Paul.
Yes.
Commissioner Head.
Yes.
And Chair Crognati.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, good job. Thank you, everybody, for waiting around.
Last month was the shortest one, this month is the longest one.
Okay, adjourn at 9:49. We always try to keep that.
I mean, did I say we're adjourned, Jay?
That one where we had a call. Remember we were talking about district guidelines, and that was like 3 hours.
Pressing.
One that was passed. Second, but it was long.
Whatever works.